Welcome, guardian of Gotham's forgotten shadows, to a journey through the darkest corners of Batman's legacy, where untold stories whisper through the night like autumn wind through Crime Alley. Tonight, we shall explore the forgotten chronicles of those who shaped the Dark Knight's destiny, the overlooked adversaries, the lost allies, the secret histories that have been buried beneath decades of legend. Let the rhythm of your heartbeat and the distant echo of the bat signal carry you into peaceful slumber as we uncover every hidden thread in the tapestry of Gotham's greatest protector. Close your eyes, keeper of secrets, and let these forgotten tales unfold like shadows cast by a cape against the moonlight. In the labyrinthine chronicles of Gotham City's early years, when the Batman was still a whispered legend rather than an established guardian, there existed a pantheon of adversaries whose names have been lost to the shifting shadows of history, their crimes overshadowed by the theatrical madness of later, more famous villains. These forgotten first enemies shaped the Dark Knight's methodology in ways that echo through every case file and every careful strategy employed in the modern era. Yet their stories have faded like old newspaper clippings yellowed by time and neglect. Before the Joker's maniacal laughter echoed through Arkham's halls, before the Penguin's sophisticated schemes brought organized crime to new heights of theatrical excess, there stalked through Gotham's fog-shrouded streets a figure whose very name spoke to the primordial fears that drove men to seek dominion over life and death itself. This was the being who called himself Dr. Death, though he had been born with the far more mundane name of Karl Helfern, a designation that suggested respectability and scientific achievement rather than the monstrous ambitions that would eventually consume his soul and transform him into one of Batman's earliest and most persistent adversaries. Helfern's descent into villainy began not with criminal intent but with the noblest of scientific aspirations, for he had dedicated his considerable intellect to the study of cellular degeneration and the possibility of extending human life through chemical intervention. His research into the aging process had earned him recognition from prestigious institutions throughout Europe and America, while his published papers on metabolic enhancement had placed him at the forefront of a field that promised to revolutionize human existence by conquering humanity's oldest enemy, mortality itself. Yet beneath this facade of legitimate scientific achievement lay a personality marked by profound impatience with the ethical constraints that governed medical research and a growing obsession with testing his theories regardless human cost involved. The transformation from healer to killer was gradual but inexorable, beginning with unauthorized experiments on laboratory animals and progressing through increasingly dangerous trials involving human subjects who had been led to believe they were participating in conventional medical studies. The chemical compounds that Helfern developed during his years of clandestine research were marvels of biochemical engineering, capable of inducing rapid cellular breakdown that could kill victims within minutes while leaving behind evidence that suggested natural causes rather than deliberate poisoning. His mastery of acidic solutions and corrosive agents became legendary among Gotham's criminal underworld, where his services as an assassin commanded premium prices from clients who required deaths that could not be traced to conventional weapons or obvious motives. The adoption of the name Dr. Death reflected both his professional medical background and his growing identification with the role of arbiter over life and death that his chemical mastery had granted him. The theatrical persona he constructed around this identity served practical purposes in establishing his reputation among potential clients, while also providing psychological distance between his former identity as a legitimate researcher and the monster he had chosen to become. Batman's first encounters with Dr. Death revealed the unique challenges posed by an enemy whose weapons were invisible and whose methods left few traces for conventional investigation to follow. The The Dark Knight's early detective work was tested by crimes that appeared to be natural deaths or accidents, requiring the development of forensic techniques and chemical analysis capabilities that would become hallmarks of his investigative methodology throughout his career. The psychological profile that emerged from Batman's study of Dr. Death's methods revealed a mind that had retained its scientific brilliance while abandoning all moral constraints that should have guided the application of such knowledge. His crimes were marked by the same methodical precision that had characterized his legitimate research. Yet this analytical approach was now directed toward maximizing suffering while minimizing the risk of detection and punishment. The various schemes that Dr. Death employed over the years demonstrated his evolution from simple assassin for hire into something approaching a force of nature, a walking embodiment of chemical death that could strike anywhere, at any time, through means that defied easy detection or prevention. His ability to adapt his formulas, to overcome defensive measures and antidotes, kept Batman constantly developing new countermeasures and protection protocols. While Dr. Death pursued his campaigns of scientific murder through the application of advanced chemistry, another form of ancient evil was stirring in the shadowy corners of Gotham, where rationality gave way to superstition and the boundaries between the natural and supernatural became dangerously thin. This was the entity known only as the monk, whose origins stretched back through centuries of occult tradition, and whose presence in Gotham represented the intrusion of preternatural forces into a city that prided itself on modernity and scientific progress. The creature who would become known as the monk had existed under various identities and in different forms for far longer than the brief span of human memory could encompass, representing a continuity of malevolent purpose that transcended individual lifetimes and historical periods. His mastery of hypnotic suggestion and psychological manipulation had been refined through decades of practice upon victims who were drawn to his charismatic presence like moths to a flame that would ultimately consume them. The mansion that served as the monk's base of operations was a masterpiece of Gothic architecture that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of time. Its rooms and corridors designed according to principles that owed more to supernatural geometry than earthly construction techniques. Within these walls, he conducted ceremonies and experiments that blended ancient ritual with modern psychological techniques, creating hybrid forms of mind control that were far more effective than either approach could achieve independently. The vampire-like characteristics that marked the monk's supernatural nature were not merely physical attributes but manifestations of his parasitic relationship with the life force of others, his ability to drain vitality and will from victims, while simultaneously increasing his own power and influence. His feeding was as much psychological as physical, consuming not just blood but the very essence of what made his victims uniquely themselves. Batman's confrontation with the monk represented one of his earliest encounters with forces that could not be understood through conventional scientific analysis or defeated through normal investigative techniques. The Dark Knight's rational worldview was challenged by evidence of supernatural capabilities that defied explanation, forcing him to develop new approaches to crime fighting that acknowledged the existence of phenomena beyond the reach of ordinary human understanding. The hypnotic powers that the monk wielded with such devastating effect operated according to principles that combined ancient knowledge with sophisticated understanding of human psychology, creating forms of mental domination that were far more subtle and insidious than crude physical coercion. His victims often had no awareness that their will had been compromised, believing themselves to be acting according to their own desires, even as they served purposes that were entirely contrary to their best interests. The investigation that eventually led Batman to the monk's lair required the development of protective measures against mental influence and psychological manipulation, techniques that would prove invaluable in later encounters with enemies who employed similar methods. The experience taught the Dark Knight the importance of maintaining mental discipline and emotional control, even in the face of supernatural assault. From the shadowy realm of supernatural horror, our chronicle turns to examine another of Batman's earliest adversaries, one whose obsession with headwear and mind control would evolve far beyond his original incarnation as a simple hat-obsessed criminal. The man who would eventually become known throughout Gotham as the Mad Hatter began his criminal career under circumstances far removed from the Alice in Wonderland mythology that would later define his theatrical persona and psychological profile. Jervis Tetch's original identity as a criminal mastermind was rooted not in literary fantasy but in practical applications of advanced technology and psychological manipulation. His early crimes characterized by sophisticated planning and execution, rather than the whimsical madness that would mark his later appearances. His fascination with hats was initially purely practical, serving as delivery systems for miniaturized electronic devices that could influence the thoughts and behavior of anyone who wore them. The mind control technology that Tetch developed during his early criminal career represented a significant advancement in the field of neurological manipulation, incorporating principles of electronic stimulation and chemical influence that could override conscious will, while leaving victims unaware that their thoughts and actions were being directed by external forces. His hats were marvels of miniaturization and concealment, containing sophisticated circuitry that could be activated remotely to achieve specific behavioral modifications. The transformation from technologically sophisticated criminal to literature-obsessed madman occurred gradually as Tetch's repeated defeats at the hands of Batman and his prolonged exposure to his own mind control devices began to erode his psychological stability. The careful, rational planning that had characterized his early schemes gave way to increasingly elaborate fantasies based on Lewis Carroll's famous stories. Though his underlying technological capabilities remained as dangerous as ever, Batman's early encounters with the original Mad Hatter provided crucial experience in dealing with enemies who employed advanced technology to achieve supernatural-seeming effects, teaching the Dark Knight the importance of understanding the scientific principles behind apparently magical phenomena. The investigation techniques developed during these cases would prove invaluable in later confrontations with technologically advanced adversaries. The psychological analysis that Batman conducted of Tetch's methods revealed a mind that combined genuine intellectual brilliance with profound emotional instability, a combination that made him both more dangerous and more unpredictable than enemies driven by simple greed or revenge. His ability to adapt his technology to overcome defensive measures kept Batman constantly developing new countermeasures and protection protocols. While the Mad Hatter pursued his technological fantasies through the streets of Gotham, another brilliant mind was turning its attention to the fundamental question of human nature and the possibility of transformation through scientific intervention. Professor Hugo Strange represented perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated of Batman's early enemies, a figure whose understanding of the human mind rivaled that of the greatest psychiatrists and psychologists of his era, yet whose moral compass had been distorted by obsessions that transformed healing into harm and knowledge into weapon. Strange's legitimate credentials as a psychiatrist and researcher were impeccable. His published work on behavioral modification and psychological therapy, earning him recognition from professional organizations throughout the world, while his private practice attracted wealthy clients seeking relief from mental ailments that conventional medicine could not address. Yet beneath this respectable facade lay a mind consumed by curiosity about the darker aspects of human psychology and the possibility of reshaping personality through chemical and surgical intervention. The monster men that Strange created through his illegal experiments represented the ultimate expression of his theories about human transformation and the malleability of consciousness under the right conditions. These creatures were not merely physical aberrations, but psychological constructs designed to test the limits of behavioral modification and the possibility of creating beings whose moral constraints had been eliminated through scientific intervention. The laboratory complex where Strange conducted his most dangerous research was a masterpiece of scientific equipment and psychological manipulation, designed to facilitate experiments that no legitimate institution would ever approve, while providing the security and isolation necessary for work that violated every ethical principle governing medical practice. Within these walls, he transformed volunteer subjects into creatures that served his vision of improved humanity. Batman's investigation of Strange's activities revealed the unique challenges posed by an enemy whose understanding of psychology rivaled his own, whose ability to analyze behavior and predict responses made conventional detective work extremely difficult. The psychological warfare that Strange employed against the Dark Knight tested not only his investigative skills, but his fundamental sense of identity and purpose. The transformation experiments that Strange conducted represented his belief that human nature was infinitely malleable, that personality and moral character were simply chemical patterns that could be adjusted and improved through proper scientific intervention. His subjects were not merely victims, but test cases in his ongoing research into the fundamental nature of consciousness and identity. In the pantheon of Batman's earliest adversaries, few figures embodied the evolution from simple criminal to complex nemesis as completely as the woman who began her career as simply the Cat, long before she would transform into the morally ambiguous Catwoman who would capture both Batman's attention and, in many ways, his heart. This original incarnation of Selina Kyle was driven by motivations far removed from the romantic tension and ethical complexity that would later define her relationship with the Dark Knight. The Cat's original criminal identity was rooted in practical considerations of survival and advancement, rather than the thrill-seeking and moral ambiguity that would characterize her later appearances. Her early crimes were marked by careful planning and professional execution, demonstrating skills in acrobatics and stealth that had been developed through years of training in activities that were perfectly legal when pursued for entertainment rather than felonious purposes. The jewel thefts that marked the Cat's early criminal career were not random acts of greed, but carefully selected targets that reflected both her aesthetic appreciation for beautiful objects and her practical understanding of what could be stolen and resold, with minimal risk of identification or pursuit. Her choice of victims often involved wealthy individuals whose possessions had been acquired through questionable means, creating a moral ambiguity that would presage her later development as an anti-hero. Batman's early encounters with the Cat revealed his growing understanding of the difference between criminals driven by desperation and those motivated by choice, between enemies who could be reformed and those whose commitment to lawlessness was absolute. The psychological complexity that the Cat brought to their confrontations would influence his approach to crime fighting for years to come. The acrobatic skills that made the Cat such a formidable opponent were not mere natural talent, but the result of rigorous training and constant practice, reflecting a dedication to physical excellence that mirrored Batman's own commitment to maintaining peak performance. Her ability to navigate Gotham's rooftops and building facades with feline grace made her one of the few criminals who could match the Dark Knight's mobility and tactical flexibility. The costume and persona that the Cat adopted for her criminal activities served both practical and psychological purposes, providing protection and concealment, while also establishing a theatrical identity that distinguished her from common thieves and burglars. The feline theme reflected not only her physical capabilities, but her independent nature and refusal to be controlled by others. These forgotten first enemies of the Dark Knight served purposes that extended far beyond their individual crimes and schemes, collectively providing Batman with the foundational experiences and methodological development that would prove essential in his later confrontations with more famous and theatrical adversaries. Each challenge taught him valuable lessons about the nature of evil and the complexity of criminal motivation, while their diverse methods forced him to develop the versatility and adaptability that would become hallmarks of his crime-fighting approach. The scientific precision of Dr. Death's chemical warfare taught Batman the importance of forensic analysis and defensive preparation, while the supernatural horror of the monk's psychological manipulation forced him to acknowledge forms of threat that transcended rational explanation. The technological sophistication of the original Mad Hatter's mind control devices provided crucial experience in dealing with advanced gadgetry, while Professor Strange's psychological expertise challenged his understanding of human nature itself. Perhaps most significantly, the moral complexity embodied by the cat introduced him to the possibility that not all criminals were irredeemable monsters, that some individuals who chose to operate outside the law might nonetheless possess qualities that deserved respect and even admiration. This recognition would prove crucial in his later relationships with reformed criminals and morally ambiguous allies. The legacy of these forgotten adversaries lives on in every technique Batman employs, every precaution he takes, every moment of hesitation before he passes final judgment on those who have chosen to walk in darkness. They were his teachers in the University of Urban Warfare, his professors in the College of Criminal Psychology, his mentors in the Academy of Moral Complexity that transformed a grief-driven vigilante into the world's greatest detective and Gotham's most enduring protector. In the forgotten annals of Gotham City's heroic history, beyond the celebrated partnership between Batman and Robin, beyond the legendary camaraderie of the Justice League, there existed a constellation of allies whose contributions to the Dark Knight's mission have been overshadowed by time and the more dramatic exploits of their successors. These lost champions of justice walked alongside Batman during crucial periods of his development, their courage and dedication helping to shape not only specific victories against crime, but the very philosophy and methodology that would define his approach to protecting the innocent for decades to come. The story of these vanished allies begins with a figure whose very existence challenged the fundamental assumptions about Batman's solitary nature and his supposed preference for working alone. Catherine Kane, known to the criminal underworld and grateful citizens alike as the original Batwoman, emerged from circumstances that seemed drawn from the pages of adventure novels rather than the gritty reality of urban crime fighting. Yet her impact on both Batman's methods and his understanding of partnership would prove profound and lasting. Kathy Kane's background in the circus world provided her with skills that complemented Batman's own abilities in unexpected ways, her training as an acrobat and performer, giving her insights into the theatrical aspects of crime fighting that the more grimly focused Dark Knight had never fully appreciated. Her family's traveling circus had taught her not only the physical techniques of aerial performance and gymnastic excellence, but also the deeper lessons about showmanship and psychological impact that would prove invaluable in confronting criminals who themselves employed theatrical methods to intimidate victims and confound law enforcement. The decision to adopt the Batwoman identity was not made lightly or from simple admiration for Batman's methods, but rather emerged from a complex combination of personal tragedy and professional frustration that drove this accomplished woman to seek justice through channels that conventional law enforcement seemed unable or unwilling to explore. The murder of her circus performer parents by criminals who had used the traveling show as cover for international smuggling operations had left her with both the motivation for vengeance and the specialized knowledge necessary to infiltrate and disrupt similar criminal enterprises. The costume and equipment that Kathy Kane developed for her Batwoman persona reflected both her circus background and her careful study of Batman's own methods, incorporating elements that enhanced her natural acrobatic abilities while providing the technological advantages necessary for effective crime fighting in Gotham's dangerous urban environment. Her utility belt contained specialized tools designed for aerial work and high-altitude infiltration, while her cape was engineered to provide greater gliding capability than Batman's more traditional design. The partnership that developed between Batman and the original Batwoman was marked by mutual respect and professional admiration, rather than the romantic tension that some observers incorrectly attributed to their collaboration. Batman recognized in Kathy Kane a fellow professional whose commitment to justice matched his own, while her circus-trained instincts for reading crowds and understanding group psychology provided insights that enhanced his detective work in ways that pure analytical thinking could not achieve. The cases that Batman and Batwoman solved together during their brief but productive partnership revealed the advantages of collaborative investigation when both parties brought complementary skills and perspectives to complex criminal schemes. Her ability to infiltrate social circles and entertainment venues that would have been suspicious of Batman's presence allowed them to gather intelligence and develop leads that would have been impossible for either to obtain working alone. The tragic end of Kathy Kane's career as Batwoman came not through defeat by criminal adversaries, but through personal circumstances that forced her to choose between her crime-fighting mission and other obligations that she could not abandon. The revelation that her continued activities as Batwoman were putting innocent family members at risk created an impossible dilemma that ultimately led to her retirement from active crime fighting. Though her influence on Batman's methods and his understanding of partnership would continue to shape his approach to working with allies. While Batwoman brought earthly acrobatic skills and investigative expertise to Batman's mission, another ally emerged from dimensions beyond normal human understanding, a being whose very existence challenged rational explanation while providing assistance that proved invaluable in cases involving supernatural or otherworldly threats. This was the entity known as Batmite, whose fifth-dimensional origins and reality-altering capabilities made him perhaps the most powerful ally Batman would ever encounter, though his childlike enthusiasm and unpredictable methods often created as many problems as they solved. The nature of Batmite's devotion to Batman transcended simple admiration or hero worship to encompass something approaching religious dedication. His fifth-dimensional consciousness, finding in the Dark Knight's commitment to justice an example of moral clarity that provided meaning and purpose to his otherwise unlimited existence. Unlike other fifth-dimensional beings who viewed three-dimensional reality as a source of entertainment or experimentation, Batmite genuinely desired to help Batman succeed in his mission, though his methods of providing assistance often reflected his limited understanding of three-dimensional consequences and human psychology. The interventions that Batmite made in Batman's cases were typically well-intentioned but frequently resulted in complications that required the Dark Knight to develop new strategies and approaches that he had never previously considered necessary. The ability to alter reality at will made Batmite capable of solving any problem instantly, yet his interventions often created paradoxes and unintended consequences that taught Batman valuable lessons about the importance of accepting limitations and working within constraints, rather than seeking unlimited power as a solution to complex moral dilemmas. The relationship between Batman and Batmite provided the Dark Knight with unique insights into the nature of power and responsibility that would influence his interactions with other superpowered allies throughout his career. The fifth-dimensional being's obvious good intentions, coupled with his potentially catastrophic interventions, served as a constant reminder that even unlimited capability could be dangerous when it was not guided by wisdom and restraint. The cases in which Batmite's assistance proved genuinely helpful were typically those involving opponents whose own supernatural or otherworldly capabilities placed them beyond the reach of conventional investigative techniques and crime-fighting methods. His ability to perceive and manipulate dimensions beyond normal human experience made him invaluable in confronting enemies who employed similar techniques, though his unpredictable nature meant that Batman could never rely on his assistance when developing strategic plans. The lessons that Batman learned from his experiences with Batmite would prove crucial in his later encounters with other reality-altering beings, and his understanding of how to work effectively with allies whose capabilities far exceeded his own. The importance of maintaining clear communication about goals and methods, the need for contingency plans that did not depend on supernatural intervention, and the value of accepting help while maintaining ultimate responsibility for outcomes all emerged from this unique partnership. In the more terrestrial realm of four-legged crime fighting, Batman found an ally whose loyalty was absolute and whose detective instincts rivaled those of many human investigators. Ace the Bat-Hound represented a unique experiment in expanding the capabilities of Gotham's protectors through the inclusion of enhanced animal senses and tracking abilities that could provide crucial advantages in cases where human limitations prevented effective investigation or pursuit of criminal suspects. The German Shepherd, who would become known as Ace, came to Batman's attention through tragic circumstances that demonstrated both the dog's exceptional intelligence and his potential value as a crime-fighting partner. His original owner, a police detective, had been murdered by criminals who had discovered his investigation into their activities, leaving behind a highly trained animal whose specialized skills in tracking and detection were being wasted in conventional domestic circumstances. The training program that Batman developed for Ace incorporated techniques borrowed from military and law enforcement canine units, while also including specialized instruction designed to take advantage of the unique requirements and opportunities of urban crime fighting. His ability to track suspects through complex urban environments, detect hidden evidence through enhanced olfactory capabilities, and provide early warning of approaching threats made him an invaluable addition to Batman's investigative arsenal. The costume and equipment designed for Ace reflected both practical considerations of protection and identification, while also maintaining the theatrical consistency that was an essential element of the Batman mystique. His mask and cape served to conceal his identity while on patrol, while also providing psychological impact on criminals who encountered the unexpected sight of a costumed canine accompanying Gotham's legendary protector. The cases that Ace helped solve during his partnership with Batman demonstrated the unique advantages that animal senses and instincts could provide in detective work, particularly in situations involving tracking suspects through difficult terrain or detecting evidence that human investigators might overlook. His ability to identify individuals through scent recognition proved invaluable in cases involving disguises and false identities, while his natural protective instincts provided early warning of ambushes and surprise attacks. The relationship between Batman and Ace was characterized by mutual respect and professional partnership, rather than simple master and pet dynamics, with the Dark Knight recognizing that his canine ally brought genuine expertise and capability to their collaborative investigations. The communication system they developed allowed for complex coordination of tactics and strategy, with Ace capable of understanding and executing sophisticated plans that required precise timing and coordination, while individual allies provided specific capabilities and expertise. Batman also experimented with team-based approaches to crime fighting that predated his more famous association with the Outsiders. These early collaborative efforts involved bringing together individuals with complementary skills and resources to address criminal threats that were too complex or widespread for individual heroes to handle effectively, even with the assistance of specialized partners like Batwoman or Ace. The formation of these proto-outsider teams reflected Batman's growing understanding that certain criminal enterprises operated on scales that required coordinated response from multiple heroes working in concert toward common objectives. The international smuggling rings, terrorist organizations, and criminal conspiracies that emerged during this period posed threats that transcended the boundaries of traditional police jurisdictions, while requiring expertise in multiple specialized areas that no single individual could reasonably be expected to master. The selection criteria that Batman employed in recruiting members for these early teams emphasized not only individual capability and expertise, but also psychological compatibility and commitment to the moral principles that guided his own approach to crime fighting. The ability to work effectively as part of a coordinated unit while maintaining individual initiative and responsibility proved to be rare qualities that limited the pool of potential team members to a small number of exceptional individuals. The operations conducted by these early Batman-led teams provided valuable experience in coordinating multiple heroes with different capabilities and approaches to justice, teaching lessons about communication, planning, and tactical coordination that would prove invaluable in later collaborations with more formally organized groups. The successes and failures of these experimental partnerships helped refine Batman's understanding of when team approaches were necessary and how to structure such collaborations for maximum effectiveness. The dissolution of these early team experiments typically occurred not through external defeat or internal conflict, but through the natural evolution of individual members toward independent missions and responsibilities that precluded continued participation in group activities. The temporary nature of these collaborations reflected the challenges of maintaining long-term partnerships between strong-willed individuals whose personal missions and methods might diverge over time. Within the Gotham City Police Department itself, Batman found allies whose contributions to his mission have been overshadowed by the more celebrated partnership with Commissioner Gordon, yet whose individual expertise and dedication provided crucial support during critical periods of the Dark Knight's early career. These forgotten law enforcement allies represented the best of what civilian police work could achieve when guided by genuine commitment to justice rather than political expediency or personal advancement. Detective Harvey Bullock, before his later association with more prominent cases and his complex relationship with Batman's methods, served as one of the Dark Knight's most reliable sources of inside information about police investigations and criminal activities that might otherwise have escaped his attention. Bullock's rough exterior and unconventional methods concealed a sharp analytical mind and deep understanding of criminal psychology that complemented Batman's own investigative techniques. The collaboration between Batman and Detective Bullock was conducted entirely through unofficial channels and careful indirect communication that protected both parties from the political complications that official cooperation would have created. Their shared commitment to getting results rather than following protocol exactly created opportunities for information exchange and coordinated action that proved crucial in several major cases involving organized crime and political corruption. Captain James Gordon's trusted lieutenants and specialized unit commanders provided Batman with access to police resources and expertise that would have been impossible to obtain through purely independent investigation. The forensics experts, communications specialists, and tactical coordinators who worked behind the scenes to support Gordon's leadership often found ways to assist Batman's investigations without compromising their official duties or creating conflicts of interest. The patrol officers and detectives who encountered Batman during his early career and chose to support his mission rather than oppose it represented individual decisions to prioritize justice over procedure, personal courage over institutional safety. Their willingness to turn a blind eye to his activities or provide subtle assistance during critical moments reflected a recognition that conventional law enforcement methods were inadequate to address the unique challenges that Gotham's criminal element presented. The administrative staff and civilian employees of the GCPD, who facilitated Batman's access to information and resources through carefully orchestrated coincidences and oversights, demonstrated that support for his mission extended throughout all levels of the police organization, creating a network of allies whose individual contributions were small but whose collective impact was enormous. These lost League members and forgotten allies shared certain characteristics that distinguished them from mere supporting cast members or temporary associates. Genuine commitment to justice that transcended personal interest, willingness to accept significant personal risk in service of larger principles, and the ability to work effectively with Batman despite his demanding standards and uncompromising methods. Their stories remind us that heroism is not always a solo endeavor, and that even the most independent champions of justice require allies whose dedication and sacrifice make victory possible. The legacy of these vanished protectors lives on in every successful case that Batman solves, every criminal organization that he dismantles, every innocent life that he saves. Through methods and techniques that were developed and refined, through collaboration with partners whose names may be forgotten, but whose contributions remain embedded in the very foundation of his mission. They were the teachers who showed him the value of partnership, the friends who demonstrated that trust could be earned and maintained, even in the dangerous world of crime fighting. The colleagues who proved that individuals working together in common cause could achieve results that would be impossible for any single hero operating alone. In the quiet moments between cases, when the Batcave's computers hum with data analysis and forensic examination, when the trophies and memorials that line the cave's walls catch the light of the central computer's displays, Batman sometimes pauses to remember those who helped him become the protector that Gotham needed. The allies who believed in his mission when it was nothing more than one man's desperate attempt to prevent others from experiencing the tragedy that had shaped his own life. Their courage, their wisdom, their unwavering commitment to justice remain part of everything he does, invisible threads in the tapestry of protection that he weaves around his beloved city every night. In the deepest vaults of Arkham Asylum, beyond the cells that house the Joker's maniacal laughter and the Penguin's sophisticated schemes, there exist forgotten chambers, where the echoes of older madness still whisper through the corridors like autumn wind through abandoned graveyards. These are the domains of the vanished rogues, enemies whose brief but terrifying encounters with the Dark Knight have been overshadowed by more theatrical successes, yet whose particular brands of horror and obsession contributed essential chapters to the encyclopedia of evil that Batman has spent his career cataloguing and containing. The most tragic of these forgotten adversaries was perhaps the man who became known as Ten-Eyed Man. Though he had been born Philip Reardon with aspirations as ordinary as those of any young American seeking to serve his country with honor and distinction, his transformation from decorated war veteran to one of Gotham's most psychologically disturbing criminals represents a cautionary tale about the inadequacy of society's support systems for those who sacrifice their physical, mental health in service of ideals that civilians take for granted but rarely acknowledge with anything more substantial than empty words of gratitude. Reardon's military service had been exemplary by every conventional measure, his record distinguished by acts of courage under fire and leadership capabilities that earned him the respect of both superiors and subordinates during some of the most challenging combat operations of his generation. The skills in tactics and weapons handling that he developed during his tours of duty were complemented by a natural ability to read terrain and anticipate enemy movements that made him invaluable in reconnaissance and special operations, assignments that required both physical prowess and analytical thinking. The injury that would ultimately transform Philip Reardon's life occurred during a routine training exercise that should have posed no significant danger to someone with his extensive combat experience. Yet a moment's inattention, combined with equipment failure, created an explosion that destroyed his natural vision while leaving him physically capable of continuing his military career if alternative arrangements could be made for his altered circumstances. The experimental surgery that followed represented the cutting edge of military medical technology, an attempt to restore functional sight through radical intervention that pushed the boundaries of what conventional medicine considered possible or advisable. The procedure that gave Reardon his distinctive appearance and supernatural tracking abilities involved the surgical implantation of photosensitive nerve clusters at the tips of his fingers, creating additional organs of vision that could detect light and movement with extraordinary sensitivity and precision. The technology was revolutionary, and the results initially appeared miraculous, restoring not only functional sight but enhanced visual capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations in several crucial areas. Yet the psychological impact of this transformation proved far more devastating than the medical team had anticipated or prepared to address, for the constant influx of visual information from 10 separate sources created cognitive overload that gradually eroded Reardon's mental stability, while the bizarre nature of his enhanced capabilities isolated him from normal human contact and social interaction. The very success of the experimental procedure became a form of torture that no amount of medical support or psychological counseling seemed capable of alleviating. The transition from military service to civilian life proved impossible for someone whose enhanced abilities made normal employment impractical, while his psychological instability made social relationships increasingly difficult to maintain. The veteran support systems that should have provided assistance during this crucial period proved inadequate to address the unique challenges posed by his experimental enhancement, leaving him isolated and increasingly desperate as his savings dwindled and his prospects for meaningful employment disappeared. The criminal career that Philip Reardon eventually adopted was born not from inherent malice or greed, but from a desperate need to find some purpose and identity that could accommodate his enhanced abilities while providing the financial resources necessary for survival in a society that had no place for someone with his unique combination of capabilities and limitations. His skills in tracking and surveillance, enhanced by his 10-point vision system, made him valuable to criminal organizations that required intelligence gathering and target identification services. The vendetta against Batman that would define Reardon's criminal activities emerged from a chance encounter during one of his early jobs for Gotham's underworld, when the Dark Knight's intervention in a smuggling operation cost him both his fee and his reputation within criminal circles that valued reliability and results above all other considerations. The humiliation of defeat by someone whose abilities seemed inferior to his own enhanced capabilities created an obsession that would consume the remainder of his existence. The psychological profile that emerged from Ten-Eyed Man's confrontations with Batman revealed a mind trapped between two incompatible realities: the heroic self-image derived from his military service, and the criminal identity forced upon him by circumstances beyond his control. His enhanced vision provided him with capabilities that should have made him superior to normal humans, yet his isolation and desperation made him vulnerable to defeats that reinforced his sense of inadequacy and failure. Batman's response to the Ten-Eyed Man differed from his approach to most other criminals because he recognized the tragedy underlying Reardon's transformation and the inadequacy of purely punitive measures to address problems rooted in societal failures and medical experimentation. The Dark Knight's attempts to find alternative solutions that addressed the veteran's legitimate needs while protecting innocent civilians from his increasingly erratic behavior reflected a more nuanced understanding of justice than simple crime fighting could provide. While Philip Reardon's enhanced vision created one form of sensory overload and psychological instability, another forgotten rogue pursued criminal schemes based on an entirely different relationship between perception and reality, one rooted in theatrical tradition and psychological manipulation rather than medical experimentation. This was the villain known as Killer Moth, whose original incarnation bore little resemblance to the pathetic figure he would later become, instead representing a sophisticated criminal mastermind whose moth-themed crimes demonstrated both artistic sensibility and tactical brilliance. The man who would become known as Killer Moth began his criminal career with the name Drury Walker, a designation that suggested respectability and middle-class aspirations rather than the theatrical villainy that would eventually define his public identity. Walker's background in entomology and natural science provided him with extensive knowledge of insect behavior and biology that he would eventually weaponize in ways that created unique challenges for law enforcement agencies. Accustomed to dealing with more conventional forms of criminal activity, the transformation from legitimate scientist to costumed criminal occurred gradually as Walker's research into moth behavior and navigation systems revealed potential applications that conventional academic institutions would never approve or fund. His discoveries about pheromone-based communication and light-based navigation opened possibilities for criminal schemes that combined scientific precision with theatrical impact, creating a hybrid approach to crime that was both intellectually satisfying and financially rewarding. The costume and equipment that Walker developed for his Killer Moth persona represented months of careful design and engineering, incorporating functional elements based on actual moth biology, while maintaining the theatrical impact necessary for effective psychological warfare against both victims and law enforcement. His wings were not mere costume decoration, but functional gliding surfaces that provided genuine flight capabilities, while his antenna-like headgear contained sophisticated electronic equipment for communication and navigation. The criminal schemes that Killer Moth employed during his early career demonstrated a level of planning and execution that rivaled those of Gotham's most successful organized crime figures. Yet his scientific background and theatrical sensibilities created opportunities for innovative approaches that traditional criminals could never have conceived or implemented. His use of trained moth swarms as weapons and communication devices represented a unique fusion of natural science and criminal methodology. The technology that supported Killer Moth's operations incorporated cutting-edge developments in miniaturization and remote control that were far ahead of anything available to civilian law enforcement, giving him significant advantages in surveillance, coordination, and tactical implementation. His understanding of insect behavior patterns allowed him to create seemingly chaotic disturbances that were actually carefully orchestrated operations designed to achieve specific criminal objectives. Batman's initial encounters with Killer Moth revealed the unique challenges posed by an enemy whose methods combined scientific precision with unpredictable natural elements, requiring the development of countermeasures that addressed both technological systems and biological processes. The investigation techniques necessary for tracking someone who employed insect agents and pheromone-based communication pushed the boundaries of conventional detective work into areas that few law enforcement professionals had ever explored. The psychological profile of the original Killer Moth showed a mind that had retained its scientific training and analytical capabilities, while developing grandiose fantasies about achieving recognition and respect through criminal achievement rather than legitimate academic success. His choice of moth symbolism reflected both his professional expertise and his psychological identification with creatures that were attracted to sources of light, yet ultimately destroyed by that same attraction. From the realm of scientific precision and entomological expertise, our chronicle turns to examine another of Batman's forgotten adversaries, whose approach to criminal activity was rooted in supernatural stealth and psychological terror rather than technological enhancement or theatrical display. The entity known as the Spook represented perhaps the most mysterious of all the vanished rogues, a figure whose very existence seemed to blur the boundaries between the natural and supernatural, the possible and impossible. The man who would become the Spook had been born Val Caliban, a name that carried suggestions of both classical learning and primitive savagery, qualities that would eventually combine in his criminal persona to create one of the most elusive and disturbing enemies that Batman would ever encounter. Caliban's background in stage magic and theatrical illusion provided him with skills in misdirection and concealment that he would eventually develop far beyond their original entertainment purposes into something approaching genuine, supernatural capability. The transformation from professional magician to criminal mastermind occurred following a series of personal and professional failures that destroyed Caliban's legitimate career, while leaving him with specialized skills that had few applications outside the entertainment industry. His knowledge of illusion techniques and crowd psychology, combined with an increasingly unbalanced mental state, created the foundation for a criminal career that would challenge conventional understanding of what was possible through purely human effort and ingenuity. The supernatural stealth capabilities that gave the Spook his distinctive criminal identity were achieved through a combination of advanced technology, psychological manipulation, and techniques borrowed from various mystical traditions that Caliban had studied during his travels as a professional performer. His ability to appear and disappear at will created the impression of genuine supernatural powers, while actually relying on carefully engineered effects and misdirection that could fool even trained observers. The psychological warfare techniques that the Spook employed against his victims and opponents represented a sophisticated understanding of fear psychology and trauma response that went far beyond simple intimidation tactics. His crimes were designed not merely to achieve material gain, but to create lasting psychological damage that would continue to affect victims long after the immediate criminal act had been completed, maximizing the terror and disruption caused by his activities. The base of operations that the Spook established for his criminal activities was a masterpiece of concealment and misdirection, incorporating hidden passages, false walls, and optical illusions that made detection by law enforcement virtually impossible, while providing multiple escape routes and safe storage for stolen goods. The facility served as both headquarters and theater, a place where he could plan his crimes while also rehearsing the dramatic effects that made them so psychologically devastating. Batman's investigation of the Spook's activities required the development of entirely new approaches to detective work that could penetrate illusions and misdirection techniques designed to fool even trained observers. The Dark Knight's analytical mind and technological resources proved capable of unraveling most of the spook's effects. Yet the criminal's psychological instability made his behavior patterns difficult to predict or counter through conventional means. The cases involving the spook provided Batman with valuable experience in distinguishing between genuine supernatural phenomena and sophisticated illusions, skills that would prove crucial in later encounters with enemies who employed actual mystical powers rather than technological trickery. The investigation techniques developed during these confrontations became standard elements of Batman's methodology when dealing with opponents whose methods defied easy explanation or analysis. While the spook pursued his campaigns of supernatural terror through the shadowy corners of Gotham's underworld, another form of scientific horror was emerging from the industrial districts, where chemical accidents and radioactive contamination could transform ordinary workers into threats that challenged fundamental assumptions about the placid relationship between humanity and the dangerous materials that modern civilization required for its continued operation. This was the creature known as Dr. Phosphorus, whose very existence served as a walking reminder of the potential consequences when safety protocols failed and human beings were exposed to forces that their bodies were never designed to encounter or survive. The man who would become Dr. Phosphorus had been born Alexander Sartorius, a name that suggested classical education and scientific achievement, rather than the monstrous transformation that would eventually consume his humanity and transform him into a walking embodiment of radioactive death. Sartorius's background as a nuclear physicist and safety consultant had given him extensive knowledge of radiation hazards and containment procedures, making his eventual transformation all the more ironic and tragic. The accident that transformed Sartorius into Dr. Phosphorus occurred during a routine inspection of a nuclear facility, where safety violations and cost-cutting measures had created conditions that made catastrophic failure virtually inevitable. His exposure to exotic forms of radiation that should never have been present in a civilian facility triggered cellular changes that were both more extensive and more devastating than any previous case of radiation poisoning in medical history. The physical transformation that followed Sartorius's exposure was gradual but inexorable, his body becoming a living reactor that generated deadly radiation while his skin took on the phosphorescent glow that would give him his criminal identity. The changes were not merely cosmetic but fundamental alterations to his cellular structure that made normal human contact impossible, while granting him abilities that were as dangerous as they were uncontrollable. The environmental terrorism that became Dr. Phosphorus's signature criminal activity reflected both his scientific understanding of ecological systems and his bitter resentment toward the industrial civilization that had created the conditions for his transformation. His attacks on nuclear facilities and chemical plants were designed not merely to cause immediate destruction, but to create long-term contamination that would render large areas uninhabitable for decades or centuries. The protective suit and equipment that Dr. Phosphorus developed for his criminal activities represented a masterpiece of nuclear engineering, incorporating advanced shielding and containment systems that allowed him to control his radioactive output while protecting his own deteriorating body from further damage. The technology required to create such equipment demonstrated his retained scientific expertise despite his physical and mental transformation. Batman's confrontations with Dr. Phosphorus required the development of specialized protective equipment and investigation techniques that could address the unique hazards posed by a radioactive opponent whose very presence could cause fatal contamination. The Dark Knight's scientific background and technological resources proved adequate to the challenge, yet the moral complexity of dealing with an enemy whose condition was the result of industrial negligence rather than criminal intent added layers of difficulty to what might otherwise have been straightforward law enforcement. The psychological profile that emerged from Dr. Phosphorus's criminal activities revealed a mind that had retained its scientific training and analytical capabilities while being consumed by rage and despair over his transformation, from respected professional to monstrous outcast. His environmental terrorism was motivated not by abstract political ideology, but by personal vengeance against the systems that had failed to protect him and countless other workers from preventable industrial accidents. In the pantheon of forgotten rogues who challenged Batman during his early career, perhaps none embodied the concept of twisted mirror images as completely as the figure known as the Wrath, whose origin story represented a dark inversion of the very circumstances that had created the Dark Knight himself, yet whose response to family tragedy had led him down a path that made him Batman's perfect opposite in both methods and philosophy. The child who would become the Wrath had witnessed his parents' deaths under circumstances that paralleled Bruce Wayne's traumatic loss. Yet the crucial difference lay in the identity of those who had pulled the triggers during that fateful night so many years ago, where young Bruce had seen his parents gunned down by common criminals motivated by greed and desperation. The future Wrath had watched as police officers, sworn to protect and serve, had killed his criminal parents during a robbery gone wrong, creating a fundamental difference in perspective that would shape every aspect of his subsequent development. The training and preparation that the Wrath underwent in response to his childhood trauma mirrored Batman's own journey toward crime-fighting capability, yet every element was inverted to serve opposite purposes and principles. Where Bruce Wayne had trained to protect the innocent and uphold justice, his dark reflection had honed his skills to eliminate law enforcement and enable criminal activity, creating a figure who possessed all of Batman's capabilities while serving causes that were diametrically opposed to everything the Dark Knight represented. The costume and equipment that the Wrath employed in his criminal activities were deliberately designed to echo and mock Batman's iconic appearance, while serving the practical requirements of his anti-law enforcement mission. His dark outfit incorporated elements that parodied the Batsuit while providing comparable protection and functionality, while his arsenal of weapons and gadgets offered capabilities that rivaled those found in Batman's utility belt. The criminal organization that the Wrath established reflected his systematic approach to undermining law enforcement effectiveness through targeted assassination and terrorist activities designed to create fear and uncertainty within police departments throughout the region. His operations were characterized by the same meticulous planning and tactical sophistication that marked Batman's own crime-fighting efforts, yet deployed in service of chaos rather than order. The psychological warfare that the Wrath employed against Batman during their confrontations went beyond simple criminal opposition to encompass a fundamental challenge to the moral foundations that supported the Dark Knight's mission and identity. By presenting himself as what Batman might have become under different circumstances, he forced uncomfortable questions about the arbitrary nature of moral development and the thin line that separated justice from vengeance. Batman's response to the Wrath required not only tactical skill and detective work, but also profound self-examination and reaffirmation of the principles that guided his mission. For here was an enemy whose capabilities matched his own, while serving causes that represented everything he had devoted his life to opposing. The confrontations between these mirror images became philosophical debates conducted through action rather than words. While the Wrath pursued his systematic campaign against law enforcement through sophisticated urban guerrilla tactics, another forgotten adversary was establishing his criminal reputation through methods that drew inspiration from an earlier era of adventure and romance, when pirates ruled the seas and maritime crime captured the public imagination in ways that modern criminals could rarely achieve. This was the figure known as Captain Stingaree, whose naval-themed criminal activities represented a unique fusion of historical romanticism and contemporary criminal methodology. The man who adopted the Captain Stingaree identity had extensive maritime experience and naval training that provided him with specialized knowledge of ships, harbors, and coastal operations that most land-based criminals could never match or counter effectively. His background in legitimate shipping and naval operations gave him insider access to information about cargo schedules, security procedures, and transportation vulnerabilities that made his crimes both more profitable and more difficult to prevent or solve. The criminal organization that Captain Stingaree assembled reflected his nautical background and leadership experience, operating like a pirate crew with clear chains of command and specialized roles that maximized operational efficiency while maintaining the romantic appeal of maritime adventure. His followers were recruited from among professional sailors and maritime workers who brought genuine expertise to their criminal activities rather than simply playing dress-up roles. The base of operations that Captain Stingaree established in Gotham Harbor represented a masterpiece of concealment and logistics, incorporating hidden facilities within the maze of docks, warehouses, and industrial structures that made up the city's commercial waterfront. His knowledge of harbor operations and maritime law provided advantages that land-based law enforcement agencies were ill-equipped to counter or overcome. The crimes that Captain Stingaree committed during his career focused primarily on maritime targets and harbor-based operations, though his activities occasionally extended inland when opportunities arose that were consistent with his nautical theme and operational capabilities. His schemes often involved sophisticated knowledge of shipping schedules, cargo manifests, and port security procedures that allowed him to maximize profits while minimizing risks of detection or capture. Batman's investigation of Captain Stingaree's activities required the development of new expertise in maritime law, harbor operations, and naval tactics that extended his detective work into areas that few land-based investigators had ever needed to explore. The unique challenges posed by crimes that occurred in the complex jurisdictional waters of Gotham Harbor forced innovative approaches to both investigation and apprehension. The psychological profile of Captain Stingaree revealed a romantic personality that had found in maritime crime an outlet for adventurous impulses that legitimate maritime careers could no longer satisfy in an increasingly bureaucratized and regulated shipping industry. His criminal activities represented an attempt to recapture the freedom and excitement of earlier eras, when individual initiative and daring could still achieve results that modern corporate structures made impossible. These vanished rogues of Arkham's forgotten past each contributed essential elements to Batman's education in the infinite variety of criminal motivation and methodology, their diverse approaches to lawlessness, forcing him to develop the versatility and adaptability that would prove crucial in confronting the more famous theatrical villains who would later capture public attention and historical memory. The Ten-Eyed Man's tragic transformation taught lessons about societal responsibility and the consequences of inadequate support systems, while Killer Moth's scientific precision demonstrated the potential dangers when legitimate expertise was perverted to criminal purposes. The Spook's mastery of illusion and psychological warfare provided Batman with crucial experience in distinguishing reality from deception, skills that would prove invaluable in later encounters with enemies who employed supernatural or technologically advanced forms of misdirection. Dr. Phosphorus's radioactive terrorism forced the development of specialized equipment and procedures for dealing with hazardous materials and environmental threats, while the Wrath's mirror image opposition created opportunities for profound self-examination and moral development. Captain Stingaree's maritime crimes expanded Batman's investigative capabilities, into new jurisdictional and procedural areas, while demonstrating that criminal creativity could find expression in any field of human endeavor, regardless of how removed it might seem from conventional urban crime patterns. Together, these forgotten adversaries created a comprehensive curriculum in criminal psychology and methodology that prepared Batman for the even greater challenges that would follow in later years. The legacy of these vanished rogues lives on in every technique Batman employs, every precaution he takes, every moment of analysis before he commits to a particular investigative approach or tactical strategy. They were his teachers in the Graduate School of Criminal Studies, each one providing specialized knowledge and unique challenges that contributed to his development as the world's greatest detective and Gotham's most effective protector. In the towering spires of Wayne Enterprises, where glass and steel reach toward the heavens like modern monuments to human ambition and technological progress, there exist floors and departments whose histories have been carefully obscured by time and corporate restructuring, their records sealed away in archives that few living persons have ever been authorized to access. These forgotten chambers of commerce and industry hold secrets that extend far beyond quarterly earnings reports and stockholder meetings, encompassing the hidden machinery of wealth and influence that transformed a grieving child's inheritance into the vast financial empire that would ultimately fund one of history's most extraordinary campaigns against criminal injustice. The secret history of Wayne Enterprises begins not with Thomas Wayne's tragic death or young Bruce's traumatic inheritance, but with the shadowy figures who guided the company's operations during the crucial years when its future heir was too young to understand the complexities of corporate governance, yet old enough to observe the subtle machinations that determined which voices would be heard in boardroom discussions and which would be quietly silenced through financial pressure and strategic maneuvering. Among the most influential of these forgotten board members was Mallory Moxon, a woman whose keen understanding of international finance and currency manipulation had made her invaluable during Wayne Enterprises' expansion into global markets, yet whose personal history contained connections to European banking families whose wealth had been accumulated through methods that conventional historians preferred not to examine too closely. Her presence on the board represented a pragmatic acknowledgement that legitimate business often required partnerships with individuals whose backgrounds might not withstand detailed scrutiny, yet whose expertise and connections were essential for competing in markets where moral purity was a luxury that few successful corporations could afford. Moxon's influence on young Bruce Wayne's understanding of corporate responsibility and ethical business practices was profound, though largely invisible, for she served as a living example of how intelligent individuals could compartmentalize their moral concerns to achieve practical results that served broader purposes. Her willingness to engage in questionable financial arrangements when they benefited Wayne Enterprises' charitable foundations and community development projects created a complex moral framework that would later influence Batman's own approach to justice and the acceptable costs of achieving beneficial outcomes. The international connections that Moxon brought to Wayne Enterprises opened doors to markets and opportunities that would prove crucial when Bruce Wayne began his global training journey, providing him with resources and contacts that enabled access to teachers and experiences that no amount of legitimate academic credentials could have obtained. Her network of associates in the shadow economy of international finance created pathways for the young heir to learn skills and techniques that were never taught in conventional educational institutions, yet were essential for someone whose ultimate mission would require operating outside normal, legal, and social constraints. The departure of Mallory Moxon from the Wayne Enterprises board occurred under circumstances that were never fully explained to shareholders or the general public, though careful observers noted that her resignation coincided with Bruce Wayne's assumption of more active control over company operations and a subtle but significant shift in the corporation's approach to international business. Relationships. The knowledge and connections she had provided during his formative years remained embedded in the company's structure, yet her personal involvement was quietly terminated as the young Wayne heir began implementing his own vision for how corporate resources should be employed in service of justice. Working alongside Moxon during the crucial transition years was Edmund Caldwell, a corporate attorney whose specialized knowledge of regulatory loopholes and jurisdictional ambiguities had proven invaluable during Wayne Enterprises' navigation of complex merger and acquisition activities that expanded its technological capabilities while maintaining the appearance of routine business operations. Caldwell's understanding of how legitimate corporations could acquire smaller companies whose research and development programs included projects that governments preferred to keep classified made him an essential architect of the porting infrastructure that would eventually support Batman's technological requirements. The legal frameworks that Caldwell established during his tenure as Wayne Enterprises' chief counsel created layers of corporate separation and liability protection that would prove crucial when company resources began being diverted toward activities that conventional accounting principles could never adequately categorize or explain. His network of shell companies, subsidiary corporations, and holding companies created a maze of financial relationships that made it virtually impossible for outside investigators to trace specific expenditures to their ultimate destinations or purposes. The research facilities and development programs that Caldwell helped Wayne Enterprises acquire during the 1980s and early 1990s represented a systematic effort to gain access to cutting-edge technologies that were being developed for military and intelligence applications, but had not yet been released for civilian use. His ability to identify companies whose financial difficulties made them vulnerable to acquisition by larger corporations with deeper resources enabled Wayne Enterprises to accumulate an extraordinary collection of patents, prototypes, and research data that would later provide the foundation for Batman's technological superiority over conventional criminals. The retirement of Edmund Caldwell from active involvement in Wayne Enterprises' operations was presented to the business community as a natural result of his advancing age and desire to spend more time with family, yet careful analysis of the timing suggests that his departure was coordinated with Bruce Wayne's return from his extended travels and assumption of direct control over company strategic planning. The legal structures and corporate relationships that Caldwell had created remained in place, yet his personal knowledge of their origins and purposes was quietly isolated from ongoing operations through generous pension arrangements and carefully negotiated non-disclosure agreements. Perhaps the most mysterious of the forgotten board members who shaped Wayne Enterprises during Bruce's formative years was Victoria Arkham, whose family name carried dark associations with Gotham's most infamous psychiatric institution, yet whose financial acumen and strategic thinking had proven invaluable during the company's expansion into healthcare and pharmaceutical development. Her insider knowledge of the medical industry's most closely guarded research programs and experimental treatment protocols provided Wayne Enterprises with opportunities to acquire technologies and techniques that would later prove crucial for treating injuries and psychological trauma that conventional medicine was ill-equipped to address. Victoria Arkham's personal connection to the psychiatric facility that bore her family name created unique opportunities for Wayne Enterprises to fund research programs that explored the boundaries between legitimate medical treatment and experimental procedures that other institutions would never attempt or officially acknowledge. Her ability to navigate the complex ethical and legal issues surrounding psychiatric research enabled access to data and techniques that would later influence Batman's understanding of criminal psychology and his development of interrogation methods that operated in the gray areas between legal and illegal investigative techniques. The influence that Victoria Arkham wielded over young Bruce Wayne's understanding of mental health and psychological development extended far beyond her corporate role to encompass personal mentorship that helped him process his own trauma while developing the emotional control necessary for his future mission. Her training in psychiatric techniques and behavioral modification provided him with tools for understanding and manipulating the psychological responses of others, skills that would prove essential when confronting enemies whose criminal behavior was rooted in mental illness or personality disorders that conventional law enforcement was unprepared to address. The severance of Victoria Arkham's connection to Wayne Enterprises occurred through circumstances that were never publicly explained, though hospital records and psychiatric facility admissions from that period suggest that her departure was related to personal psychological difficulties that made continued corporate responsibilities inadvisable. The knowledge and techniques she had shared with Bruce Wayne during his development remained part of his personal arsenal. Yet, her direct involvement in company operations was quietly terminated through medical disability provisions that protected both her privacy and the corporation's liability exposure. These forgotten board members represented only the most visible layer of the complex network of advisors, consultants, and unofficial mentors who guided Wayne Enterprises through the crucial years when its future direction was being determined by decisions that would have lasting consequences for both the corporation and the young heir who would ultimately inherit responsibility for its operations. Their individual contributions to Bruce Wayne's education in the practical realities of wealth and power created a foundation of knowledge and experience that would prove essential when he began transforming corporate resources into tools for his war against crime. Beyond the boardroom machinations and corporate strategy sessions that determined Wayne Enterprises' public face, there existed a parallel history of family traditions and ancestral obligations that shaped young Bruce Wayne's understanding of what it meant to be a Wayne and what responsibilities came with the inheritance of both vast wealth and social position. These lost Wayne family traditions represented a continuity of purpose and principle that stretched back through generations of philanthropists, community leaders, and social reformers who had used their resources to address problems that government agencies and conventional institutions were unable or unwilling to tackle. The Wayne family's tradition of personal involvement in criminal justice issues could be traced back to the earliest days of Gotham's incorporation as a municipality, when Bruce's ancestors had served as volunteer constables and private investigators who supplemented the inadequate resources of official law enforcement through their own initiative and financial support. Their understanding that effective justice required more than legal procedures and court proceedings had been passed down through family stories and personal example, creating a legacy of hands-on involvement in protecting the innocent that made Bruce Wayne's eventual transformation into Batman seem like a natural evolution rather than a radical departure from family traditions. The charitable foundations and community service organizations that previous generations of Waynes had established created institutional frameworks that would later provide both cover and resources for Bruce Wayne's activities as Batman. Their legitimate community improvement programs, serving as vehicles for gathering intelligence about criminal activities, while their financial resources supported equipment purchases and operational expenses that conventional accounting could never adequately explain. The network of social connections and community relationships that these organizations had built over decades provided access to information sources and investigative opportunities that no individual crime fighter could have developed independently. The Wayne family's traditional emphasis on physical fitness and martial training reflected their understanding that good intentions and financial resources were insufficient protection against the violent realities of criminal behavior. Their private gymnasiums and training facilities serving as preparation for the possibility that their charitable work and community involvement might eventually place them in personal danger. The collection of weapons, protective equipment, and specialized training materials that accumulated in Wayne Manor over the generations created a foundation of resources that Bruce Wayne would later expand and modify for his specific requirements as Batman. The family's historical involvement in international affairs and diplomatic relations had created connections and obligations that extended far beyond Gotham City limits. Their participation in cultural exchange programs and educational initiatives, providing young Bruce Wayne with opportunities to travel and study in locations where he could acquire skills and knowledge that were not available through conventional American educational institutions. These international relationships would prove crucial during his training years, opening doors to masters and teachers who might never have accepted a student without proper introduction and family connections. The technological innovations and scientific research programs that Wayne family members had supported over the decades reflected their understanding that effective social reform required more than good intentions and charitable donations. Their funding of experimental projects and theoretical research, creating access to cutting-edge developments that would later provide the technological foundation for Batman's equipment and operational capabilities. The laboratories and research facilities that had been established through Wayne family patronage created a network of scientific expertise and developmental resources that no individual inventor or engineer could have assembled independently. Within the corporate structure of Wayne Enterprises itself, there existed hidden subsidiaries and classified divisions whose operations were so carefully compartmentalized that even senior executives and board members had only limited knowledge of their purposes and activities. These secret branches of the Wayne corporate empire served as conduits for acquiring technologies and capabilities that would later support Batman's mission. Their legitimate business activities, providing cover for research and development programs that pushed the boundaries of what civilian corporations were legally permitted to pursue. The Advanced Research Division represented perhaps the most secretive of these hidden subsidiaries, its ostensible purpose involving theoretical studies and experimental development that could be presented to regulatory agencies and congressional oversight committees as basic science research with potential civilian applications. Yet the specific projects funded by this division included weapons development, surveillance technology, and psychological warfare techniques that were clearly intended for intelligence and military applications rather than commercial use. The personnel recruited for the Advanced Research Division were carefully selected not only for their technical expertise, but also for their discretion and willingness to work on classified projects without asking questions about ultimate applications or intended users. Many had backgrounds in military research or intelligence agency consulting, bringing experience with compartmentalized operations and security procedures that ensured project information remained isolated from broader corporate knowledge, even within Wayne Enterprises itself. The facilities established for Advanced Research Division operations were located in remote areas outside Gotham's city limits, their existence hidden through layers of corporate shell companies and real estate holding corporations that made it virtually impossible for outside investigators to trace their ownership or funding sources back to Wayne Enterprises. The security measures protecting these facilities rivaled those employed by government agencies, ensuring that unauthorized access was practically impossible while providing the isolation necessary for conducting experiments that required absolute secrecy. The technologies developed by the Advanced Research Division during Bruce Wayne's formative years included prototype versions of many systems that would later appear in refined form as components of Batman's equipment and operational infrastructure. Vehicle design studies produced concepts that would influence the development of the Batmobile, while communications and surveillance research created the foundation for the intelligence-gathering networks that would make Batman's crime-fighting efforts so effective. Parallel to the Advanced Research Division's technological development programs, Wayne Enterprises maintained a cultural preservation foundation whose stated mission involved supporting archaeological research and anthropological studies in regions where traditional knowledge and historical artifacts were threatened by political instability or economic development. This foundation served as a legitimate vehicle for funding Bruce Wayne's travels during his training years, while also providing access to masters and teachers whose skills had been preserved through oral tradition rather than written documentation. The archaeological expeditions sponsored by the Cultural Preservation Foundation often involved locations where ancient martial arts traditions or mystical knowledge had been maintained by isolated communities that rarely interacted with the outside world, their isolation providing protection for techniques and philosophies that would be invaluable for someone whose mission required operating outside the boundaries of conventional law enforcement. The funding and logistical support provided by the Foundation enabled extended study periods that would have been impossible through normal academic or tourist channels. The anthropological research programs supported by the Cultural Preservation Foundation created opportunities for studying criminal organizations and underground societies that operated according to rules and traditions that mainstream sociology had never adequately documented or understood. This research provided insights into the psychology and methodology of organized crime that would later inform Batman's strategies for infiltrating and disrupting criminal enterprises that conventional law enforcement could never penetrate. The network of academic contacts and research partnerships that the Cultural Preservation Foundation established over the years created a global intelligence network that could provide information about international criminal activities and terrorist organizations that government agencies were unable or unwilling to share with civilian law enforcement. These connections would prove invaluable when Batman's investigations uncovered criminal conspiracies that extended beyond Gotham City limits into international networks of corruption and violence. The transformation of Wayne Enterprises from conventional corporation into the hidden infrastructure that would support Batman's mission required careful coordination between these various subsidiary organizations and classified divisions, their individual activities serving components of a larger plan that no single person except Bruce Wayne himself fully understood. The board members, executives, and research personnel who contributed to this transformation believed they were participating in legitimate business activities and charitable programs, unaware that their work was being coordinated to serve purposes that extended far beyond corporate profits or philanthropic goals. The financial resources required to support Batman's equipment, facilities, and operations represented only a small fraction of Wayne Enterprises' total assets. Yet, the complexity of hiding these expenditures within the corporation's vast budget required sophisticated accounting techniques and financial management that challenged even the most experienced corporate controllers. the development of funding mechanisms that could support irregular expenses and unpredictable operational requirements while maintaining the appearance of normal business activities required years of careful planning and gradual implementation. The secret history of Wayne Enterprises reveals itself as the hidden foundation upon which Batman's war against crime would ultimately be built, its forgotten board members and classified divisions providing the resources, knowledge, and institutional infrastructure that transformed a traumatized child's desire for vengeance into a systematic campaign for justice that would protect countless innocent lives and inspire hope in those who had lost faith in conventional institutions and their ability to address the complex problems that plagued modern urban society. The corporate empire that emerged from this transformation represented more than mere financial success. It embodied a vision of how wealth and power could be employed in service of principles that transcended profit margins and shareholder returns to encompass the broader human values of justice, compassion, and protection of the innocent. In the shadowed geography of Gotham City, beneath the gleaming facades of corporate towers and municipal monuments that tourists photograph and urban planners celebrate, there lie buried the remnants of neighborhoods whose names have been erased from official maps and whose histories have been carefully excised from the sanitized narratives that city officials prefer to present to visiting dignitaries and potential investors. These forgotten districts and their dark chronicles represent more than mere urban renewal casualties. They are the graveyards of communities that once thrived with their own distinct cultures and criminal ecosystems, their destruction creating power vacuums that would eventually be filled by the theatrical villains and organized crime families that would dominate Gotham's underworld in later decades. The transformation of Gotham's criminal landscape through urban development and demographic displacement created opportunities and challenges that fundamentally altered the nature of illegal activity within the city's boundaries. Yet the specific mechanisms of this transformation have been obscured by decades of bureaucratic paperwork and politically motivated historical revision that sought to minimize the human cost of progress while maximizing the credit claimed by various municipal administrations for cleaning up neighborhoods that their own policies had helped to corrupt. Among the most significant of these vanished territories was the district once known as the Bowery, a sprawling neighborhood of tenements and boarding houses that had served as home to successive waves of immigrants whose dreams of American prosperity had been deferred by economic circumstances and social prejudice that confined them to overcrowded housing and dangerous working conditions. This community had developed its own internal systems of governance and justice that operated parallel to official law enforcement, creating a shadow economy of protection services and dispute resolution that filled the vacuum left by the city's inability or unwillingness to provide adequate police coverage for areas whose residents possessed neither political influence nor economic resources. The crime families that emerged from the Bowery during the early decades of the 20th century were fundamentally different in character and methodology from the theatrical villains who would later capture public attention and dominate newspaper headlines. Their operations rooted in old-world traditions of family loyalty and territorial control that valued long-term stability over immediate profit and spectacular gestures. These organizations understood that sustainable criminal enterprises required community support and careful management of relationships with legitimate businesses and political authorities, creating networks of mutual obligation and protection that could endure for generations if properly maintained. The Torino family represented perhaps the most sophisticated of these early criminal dynasties, their operations encompassing protection services, illegal gambling, and labor mediation that addressed genuine community needs while generating substantial profits for those who controlled the various enterprises. Unlike their successors, who would employ violence as a first resort and dramatic gestures as marketing tools, the Torinos understood that effective criminal leadership required the same skills as legitimate business management: careful planning, relationship building, and long-term strategic thinking that could adapt to changing circumstances without abandoning core principles or alienating essential supporters. The legitimate businesses that the Torino family operated throughout the Bowery served dual purposes as sources of legal income and cover for illegal activities. Their restaurants, construction companies, and import operations providing employment for community members, while also facilitating money laundering and smuggling operations that required seemingly respectable fronts for their successful execution. The integration of legal and illegal enterprises created economic ecosystems that were far more resilient than purely criminal organizations. Their community roots and legitimate operations providing protection against law enforcement pressure that would have destroyed less sophisticated criminal enterprises. The downfall of the Bowery's indigenous crime families came not through law enforcement pressure or internal conflict, but through urban renewal programs that destroyed the physical infrastructure and social networks that had supported their operations for decades. The demolition of tenement buildings and displacement of established communities scattered their power base, while creating opportunities for outside criminal organizations to move into territories that no longer possessed effective indigenous leadership or community defense mechanisms. The Marconi family's brief but violent attempt to claim the Bowery's criminal territories during the transition period represented a fundamental misunderstanding of the social dynamics that had made the areas indigenous. Crime families so successful, their reliance on intimidation and outside muscle, creating resentment and resistance that undermined their efforts to establish lasting control. The spectacular failures of their most ambitious schemes provided early examples of how traditional organized crime methods could be defeated by community organizing and external intervention when criminal leadership lacked deep roots in the neighborhoods they sought to control. The ultimate transformation of the Bowery from a coherent criminal territory into a collection of scattered lots and redevelopment sites eliminated the concentrated population density and social cohesion that had made organized crime profitable and sustainable. Yet the displacement of criminal expertise and resources into other areas of Gotham created new problems and opportunities that would influence the city's criminal landscape for generations to come. While the Bowery's traditional crime families struggled with the consequences of urban renewal and demographic displacement, another of Gotham's distinctive neighborhoods was undergoing its own transformation from legitimate entertainment district into the chaotic carnival of crime that would eventually become synonymous with the Joker's territorial ambitions. The area, now known as Amusement Mile, had originated as Gotham's premier destination for family entertainment and tourist attractions. Its collection of carnival rides, game booths, and performance venues representing the city's attempt to compete with the amusement parks and beach resorts that were drawing visitors and revenue to other metropolitan areas. The carnival origins of what would become the Joker's primary base of operations stretched back to the early 1900s, when traveling circuses and seasonal carnivals had established semi-permanent installations along Gotham's waterfront to take advantage of the summer tourist trade and the steady stream of immigrants who sought affordable entertainment options that reminded them of the festivals and celebrations of their homelands. These early attractions had been operated by legitimate businesses that provided honest entertainment and fair games of chance, their owners taking pride in maintaining family-friendly environments that welcomed visitors of all ages and backgrounds. The gradual transformation of the Carnival District from legitimate entertainment venue into a haven for criminal activity occurred through a process so gradual and subtle that few observers recognized the significance of individual changes until the cumulative effect had fundamentally altered the character of the entire neighborhood. The introduction of rigged games and illegal gambling operations began as isolated incidents involving individual operators who sought to increase their profits through minor deceptions and unfair practices. Yet the success of these ventures encouraged imitation and escalation that gradually normalized dishonest business practices throughout the district. The economic pressures created by the Great Depression accelerated the Carnival District's descent into criminality as legitimate entertainment businesses struggled to survive, while criminal enterprises offered more reliable profits for operators who were willing to abandon legal constraints and ethical principles. The protection services offered by organized crime families provided security for illegal operations, while also creating dependencies that gave criminal organizations increasing control over the district's economic and social activities. The freak shows and bizarre attractions that became characteristic features of the Carnival District during its decline reflected both the public's growing fascination with the abnormal and the criminals' understanding that sensational spectacles could attract crowds, while also providing cover for illegal activities that required privacy and discretion. The blurring of lines between entertainment and exploitation created an atmosphere where genuine suffering and deformity could be commodified for public consumption, while more serious criminal activities proceeded unobserved in back rooms and private booths. The emergence of the district's distinctive clown and circus motifs occurred organically as various criminal enterprises adopted theatrical personas and carnival imagery to distinguish their operations from conventional illegal businesses, while also appealing to customers who sought more exotic and exciting forms of illicit entertainment. The adoption of circus themes by criminal organizations would later make the area a natural territorial choice for the Joker when he began establishing his own criminal empire, though his particular brand of homicidal mania represented an escalation of violence and chaos that even the district's hardened criminal residents found disturbing and dangerous. The legitimate performers and honest business operators who remained in the Carnival District during its transformation into a criminal haven found themselves increasingly isolated and pressured to either participate in illegal activities or abandon the neighborhood entirely, yet some managed to maintain their integrity and continue providing genuine entertainment. Even as the area's reputation deteriorated and police presence became increasingly inadequate to ensure public safety, the physical infrastructure of the Carnival District, with its maze of temporary structures, hidden passages, and underground storage areas, provided ideal conditions for criminal enterprises that required concealment and multiple escape routes, while the constant presence of crowds and the transient nature of many visitors made it difficult for law enforcement to conduct effective surveillance or gather reliable witness testimony about criminal activities they observed or experienced. Beyond the criminal territories and entertainment districts that dominated public attention and police resources, Gotham's urban landscape included numerous residential neighborhoods whose destruction through economic decline and political neglect created displaced populations and abandoned properties that would eventually provide resources and hideouts for the city's growing population of individual criminals and small-time gangs. These lost neighborhoods represented different aspects of urban decay and social breakdown, their specific characteristics and circumstances influencing the types of criminal activity they attracted and supported. The demolition of the Riverside Heights community during the 1970s eliminated one of Gotham's most stable working-class neighborhoods to make way for an industrial development project that was ultimately abandoned due to environmental concerns and cost overruns. Yet the displacement of several thousand residents and the destruction of established social networks created a refugee population whose members would eventually contribute to criminal enterprises throughout the city as economic necessity, and social alienation drove them toward illegal sources of income and community belonging. The residents of Riverside Heights had been predominantly employed in legitimate industrial and manufacturing jobs that provided stable middle-class incomes and strong community identity. Their neighborhood serving as an example of how urban planning and community development could create environments that supported law-abiding citizens and discouraged criminal activity through social cohesion and economic opportunity. The destruction of this successful community represented not just urban planning failure, but active generation of conditions that would contribute to crime and social disorder throughout Gotham. The children and young adults who were displaced by the Riverside Heights demolition would later appear in criminal organizations throughout Gotham as their disrupted educations and severed community connections left them vulnerable to recruitment by gangs and criminal enterprises that offered the sense of belonging and economic opportunity that legitimate society had failed to provide. The long-term consequences of community destruction included not just immediate displacement, but generational cycles of criminality that would persist long after the original urban renewal projects had been forgotten by political leaders and urban planners. The abandoned buildings and vacant lots that remained after the failed industrial development became resources for various criminal enterprises that required secure meeting places, storage facilities, and operational bases that were isolated from police patrol routes and civilian observation. The infrastructure that had been installed for the abandoned industrial project provided utilities and transportation access that made these locations valuable for criminal organizations that required sophisticated operational capabilities. The environmental contamination that had originally forced the abandonment of the industrial development project created additional opportunities for criminal enterprises that were willing to accept the health risks associated with exposure to toxic materials in exchange for secure facilities that law enforcement agencies were reluctant to investigate thoroughly. The presence of hazardous substances provided natural security against casual intrusion, while also serving as disposal sites for evidence and materials that needed to be permanently destroyed. The creation of Blackgate Penitentiary as Gotham's primary correctional facility represented the consolidation of several smaller institutions and detention centers that had previously housed different categories of criminal offenders. Yet the facilities that were closed or abandoned during this consolidation process left behind infrastructure and institutional knowledge that would influence the development of criminal organizations for decades to come. The predecessor institutions had each developed specialized approaches to containing and managing different types of criminal behavior, their individual characteristics and operational methods, creating learning laboratories where inmates could acquire skills and form relationships that would later serve criminal enterprises on the outside. The Riverside Reformatory had specialized in housing juvenile offenders and young adult criminals whose sentences were relatively short but whose criminal careers were still developing. Its educational and vocational programs, creating opportunities for inmates to acquire legitimate skills, while also providing venues for more experienced criminals to recruit and train potential associates for future criminal enterprises. The facility's emphasis on rehabilitation rather than punishment had created an atmosphere where criminal knowledge and techniques could be transmitted more effectively than in traditional prison environments. The institutional culture that developed at Riverside Reformatory encouraged inmates to view their incarceration as temporary setback rather than permanent condemnation, creating attitudes and expectations that made successful reintegration into criminal organizations more likely upon release, while also fostering networks of mutual support and cooperation that would persist long after individual sentences had been completed. The graduates of this institution would later appear as junior partners and specialized operatives in criminal enterprises throughout Gotham. The closure of Riverside Reformatory and the transfer of its population to Blackgate Penitentiary eliminated many of the programs and opportunities that had made successful criminal rehabilitation possible, while also disrupting established social networks and support systems that had helped former inmates maintain connections to legitimate employment and community activities. The institutional knowledge and specialized techniques that had been developed over decades of working with young offenders were lost as experienced staff members retired or transferred to other positions rather than adapting to Blackgate's more punitive approach to incarceration. The abandoned Riverside Reformatory facility became a resource for various criminal organizations that required secure meeting places and training facilities where new recruits could be educated in specialized techniques and organizational procedures without risking exposure to law enforcement, surveillance, or rival criminal groups. The educational facilities and vocational workshops that had been designed for legitimate rehabilitation purposes proved equally suitable for training programs that served illegal objectives and criminal skill development. The transformation of Park Row from thriving commercial district into the infamous crime alley represented perhaps the most symbolically significant example of how urban decay and social breakdown could create the conditions that produced both criminals and their victims. Yet the specific mechanisms and historical circumstances that brought about this transformation have been obscured by the overwhelming focus on the Wayne family tragedy that occurred within its boundaries. The district's decline from prosperity to danger encompassed decades of economic displacement, political neglect, and demographic change that created perfect conditions for criminal predation and social disorder. The original Park Row had served as one of Gotham's premier shopping and entertainment districts, its collection of department stores, restaurants, theaters, and professional offices attracting visitors from throughout the metropolitan area, while providing employment and business opportunities for thousands of residents who lived in the apartments and boarding houses that occupied the upper floors of commercial buildings. The economic vitality and social diversity of the district had created natural crime prevention through constant pedestrian traffic and the presence of business owners and employees who had vested interests in maintaining safe and welcoming environments. The economic factors that initiated Park Row's decline included the suburbanization of retail commerce and the construction of shopping centers and malls that drew customers away from traditional downtown districts. Yet the speed and completeness of the area's transformation from prosperity to danger reflected deeper social and political problems that mere economic change could not fully explain. The withdrawal of police protection and municipal services from the district occurred simultaneously with its economic decline, creating conditions where criminal activity could flourish without effective opposition or intervention. The specific businesses and institutions that abandoned Park Row during its transformation into Crime Alley included not just retail stores and entertainment venues, but also professional offices, medical clinics, and educational institutions that had provided essential services for the surrounding residential communities. The departure of these legitimate enterprises eliminated employment opportunities and social anchors that had maintained community stability while creating vacant buildings and abandoned spaces that could serve criminal enterprises as hideouts, meeting places, and operational bases. The demographic changes that accompanied Park Row's economic decline included the departure of middle-class families and business owners who possessed the resources to relocate to safer neighborhoods, leaving behind populations who lacked the financial means to escape, while also attracting transient individuals and criminal elements who were drawn by the area's declining property values and reduced law enforcement presence. The concentration of economically desperate and socially marginal populations created ideal conditions for criminal recruitment and victim selection. The emergence of Crime Alley as a symbolic representation of urban decay and criminal danger reflected not just the specific circumstances that had destroyed Park Row, but broader patterns of neglect and abandonment that affected numerous Gotham neighborhoods whose individual stories had been forgotten or ignored by historians and urban planners more interested in celebrating successful development projects than analyzing the causes and consequences of urban failure. These forgotten districts and their dark histories continue to influence Gotham's criminal landscape and social dynamics in ways that extend far beyond their immediate geographical boundaries. Their displaced populations and abandoned infrastructure, creating resources and opportunities that shape criminal behavior throughout the metropolitan area. The destruction of established communities and social networks created refugees and exiles who carried their knowledge, skills, and grievances into other neighborhoods, spreading criminal expertise and antisocial attitudes that would influence multiple generations of lawbreakers and victims. The physical remnants of these vanished neighborhoods serve as archaeological evidence of alternative approaches to urban development and community organization that might have prevented or reduced the criminal problems that plague contemporary Gotham. Their abandoned buildings and empty lots standing as monuments to opportunities lost and lessons unlearned by successive generations of political leaders and urban planners who repeated the same mistakes while expecting different results. In the broader context of Batman's mission to protect Gotham from criminal predation and social disorder, these forgotten districts represent both the historical roots of the problems he confronts and the continuing challenges created by urban policies and social conditions that generate new criminals and victims faster than individual heroes can address their symptoms and immediate effects. The Dark Knight's understanding of these deeper historical patterns and their continuing influence on contemporary criminal behavior provides him with strategic insights that enable more effective long-term approaches to crime, prevention, and community protection than simple reactive law enforcement could achieve. In the deepest archives of Gotham City Police Department, beneath layers of bureaucratic filing systems and administrative reorganizations that have obscured decades of investigative work, there exist case files whose contents challenge the sanitized narratives that popular historians and comic book chroniclers have constructed around Batman's early career. These erased adventures represent not merely forgotten episodes in the Dark Knight's crusade against crime, but fundamental investigations that established the methodological foundations and moral principles that would guide his approach to justice for years to come, their outcomes shaping both his understanding of criminal psychology and his development of the detective techniques that would eventually earn him recognition as the world's greatest investigative mind. The significance of these lost cases extends far beyond their individual resolutions to encompass the educational process through which a grief-driven vigilante evolved into a sophisticated crime fighter whose methods combined scientific precision with intuitive understanding of human nature in ways that conventional law enforcement had never achieved or even attempted. Each investigation taught crucial lessons about the complexity of criminal motivation and the inadequacy of simple moral categories to explain the choices that led ordinary citizens toward law-breaking behavior While their diverse challenges forced the development of analytical frameworks that could address problems ranging from corporate corruption to supernatural phenomena. Among the most significant of these forgotten investigations was the case that police records officially designated as the Chemical Syndicate Conspiracy, though this bureaucratic title fails to capture the scope and complexity of what would prove to be Batman's first systematic investigation into organized crime and his initial encounter with the kind of multi-layered criminal enterprise that would characterize many of his most challenging future cases. The syndicate's activities represented a new form of criminal organization that combined scientific expertise with business sophistication, creating threats that existing law enforcement procedures were completely unprepared to identify or address. The chemical syndicate had emerged from the legitimate pharmaceutical and industrial chemical industries during the economic uncertainties of the 1930s, when established companies found themselves struggling to maintain profitability through legal manufacturing and distribution, while facing competition from overseas producers who operated under different regulatory frameworks and labor standards. The syndicate's founders possessed extensive knowledge of chemistry and manufacturing processes that enabled them to produce both legitimate products and illegal substances using the same facilities and supply chains, creating unprecedented opportunities for criminal profit while maintaining the appearance of lawful business operations. The complexity of the syndicate's organizational structure reflected the sophisticated planning and business acumen of its leadership, who understood that sustainable criminal enterprises required the same careful management and strategic thinking that characterized successful legitimate corporations. Their operations encompassed multiple layers of shell companies, subsidiary organizations, and holding corporations that made it virtually impossible for conventional investigations to trace illegal activities to specific individuals or identify the full scope of their criminal operations. The investigation that would eventually expose the chemical syndicate began with a series of apparently unrelated industrial accidents and product contamination incidents that initially appeared to be the result of inadequate safety, procedures, and quality control failures rather than deliberate criminal activity. The pattern of incidents suggested systematic problems within Gotham's chemical manufacturing sector, yet the specific details of each case contained anomalies and inconsistencies that indicated more complex causation than simple corporate negligence or regulatory violations. Batman's involvement in the chemical syndicate investigation represented his first systematic attempt to penetrate a criminal organization through long-term surveillance and intelligence gathering, rather than reactive response to specific criminal acts, requiring the development of investigative techniques and analytical methods that would become standard elements of his approach to complex criminal enterprises. The case taught him the importance of financial analysis and corporate investigation as tools for understanding criminal motivation and identifying vulnerable points where legal pressure could be applied most effectively. The scientific expertise required to understand the syndicate's manufacturing processes and product manipulation techniques forced Batman to expand his knowledge of industrial chemistry and pharmaceutical production far beyond what his previous education had provided, leading to the establishment of research, relationships, and consulting arrangements that would prove valuable in numerous future investigations involving technological crime and scientific fraud. The case demonstrated that effective crime fighting in the modern era required not just physical capabilities and detective instincts, but also technical knowledge and analytical skills that could match the sophistication of contemporary criminal enterprises. The resolution of the chemical syndicate case established precedents for dealing with organized crime that operated through legitimate business structures, requiring coordination between multiple law enforcement agencies and regulatory bodies whose jurisdictional limitations had previously prevented effective prosecution of criminal enterprises that crossed industry boundaries and geographic regions. The successful prosecution of syndicate leadership provided models for future cases involving similar organizational structures and criminal methodologies. While the chemical syndicate investigation was establishing Batman's reputation as a detective capable of handling complex financial and scientific crimes, another forgotten case was developing his understanding of individual criminal psychology and the transformation processes that could turn ordinary citizens into dangerous threats to public safety. The early crimes that would eventually be attributed to the figure who became known as the Joker represented a different category of criminal behavior entirely, their apparent randomness and increasing violence, reflecting psychological deterioration rather than rational criminal planning. The pre-transformation activities of the individual who would become the Joker remain among the most carefully guarded secrets in all of Batman's case files, their details concealed not only from public knowledge, but also from most law enforcement personnel who lacked the security clearance necessary to access information about crimes whose full revelation might compromise ongoing investigations or endanger witnesses whose testimony had been crucial for understanding the psychological factors that had contributed to one of Gotham's most dangerous criminals. The employment history and personal circumstances of the future Joker during the months preceding his transformation into a homicidal maniac suggest a pattern of escalating desperation and moral compromise that began with relatively minor ethical violations and gradually escalated into more serious criminal activities as legitimate opportunities for advancement and financial security proved inadequate to address mounting personal and professional pressures. His participation in illegal schemes was initially motivated by economic necessity rather than criminal ambition. Yet the psychological impact of crossing moral boundaries and engaging in activities that violated his fundamental self-image created internal conflicts that would eventually contribute to his complete mental breakdown. The specific crime that served as the catalyst for the Joker's transformation involved his recruitment by professional criminals who required someone with his particular technical skills and insider knowledge to execute a robbery that conventional criminal methods could not accomplish successfully. His participation in this scheme represented not just a criminal act, but a fundamental betrayal of personal principles and professional responsibilities that created psychological trauma extending far beyond the physical injuries that would ultimately result in his grotesque appearance and homicidal behavior. The investigation of the chemical plant break-in that resulted in the Joker's transformation required Batman to develop new approaches to crime scene analysis and forensic investigation that could address situations involving industrial accidents, chemical contamination, and psychological trauma simultaneously. The complexity of determining criminal responsibility when mental illness and physical disfigurement were both causes and consequences of criminal behavior challenged conventional legal frameworks and investigative procedures in ways that would influence Batman's approach to similar cases throughout his career. The early crimes committed by the newly transformed Joker displayed characteristics that were fundamentally different from his later theatrical and elaborate schemes. Their relative simplicity and obvious psychological disturbance, reflecting his initial confusion and disorientation, rather than the calculated madness that would eventually become his trademark. These forgotten early crimes provided crucial insights into the development of criminal psychology and the relationship between trauma, mental illness, and violent behavior that would inform Batman's understanding of numerous other cases involving psychologically disturbed criminals. The methodological approaches that Batman developed for investigating the Joker's early crimes emphasized psychological analysis and behavioral prediction rather than conventional evidence gathering and witness testimony, recognizing that crimes motivated by mental illness require different investigative techniques than those driven by rational criminal planning. The case established precedents for dealing with criminals whose behavior could not be predicted through normal logical analysis and whose motivations were rooted in psychological processes that lay outside the experience of typical law. Renforcement personnel. Concurrent with his investigation of the emerging Joker threat, Batman was developing his understanding of political corruption and its relationship to organized crime through his examination of Harvey Dent's prosecutorial activities during the period before the district attorney's own transformation into the criminal known as Two-Face. The cases that Dent handled during his tenure as Gotham's chief prosecutor provided unique insights into the intersection of legitimate law enforcement and criminal justice, with the underground economies and illegal enterprises that thrived in the shadows of official institutions. Harvey Dent's prosecutorial record during his pre-transformation period revealed a consistent pattern of successful cases against mid-level criminal operatives and corrupt officials, yet careful analysis of his methods and case selection suggested strategic limitations and political constraints that prevented him from addressing the most serious forms of organized crime and systemic corruption that plagued Gotham's institutions. His inability to pursue certain investigations or prosecute specific individuals reflected not personal inadequacy but structural problems within the criminal justice system that made effective law enforcement dependent on political considerations and bureaucratic priorities that often conflicted with the demands of justice. The collaboration that developed between Batman and Harvey Dent during this period represented an ideal partnership between official law enforcement and independent investigation, their complementary skills and resources enabling approaches to complex criminal enterprises that neither could have achieved working independently. Dent's knowledge of legal procedures and access to official investigative resources, combined with Batman's surveillance capabilities and unconventional methods to create investigative strategies that could penetrate criminal organizations and gather evidence that conventional law enforcement techniques had been unable to obtain. The psychological pressures and ethical dilemmas that Harvey Dent faced during his collaboration with Batman revealed the personal costs of attempting to maintain integrity within corrupt institutional frameworks, his growing frustration with legal limitations and procedural constraints contributing to the psychological instability that would eventually facilitate his transformation into Two-Face. The case files from this period document the gradual erosion of his faith in official justice and his increasing willingness to employ questionable methods when legal approaches proved inadequate. The investigation techniques that Batman and Harvey Dent developed during their partnership established methodological frameworks for addressing crimes that involved both individual criminal behavior and systemic institutional corruption, requiring analytical approaches that could address multiple levels of criminal activity simultaneously while maintaining legal standards for evidence gathering and prosecution. Their collaborative methods provided models for future cases involving similar challenges and complexity. The early criminal activities of Oswald Cobblepot, before his transformation into the theatrical villain known as the Penguin, represented yet another category of forgotten investigation that contributed essential elements to Batman's understanding of criminal psychology and organizational development. Cobblepot's initial business ventures and social climbing efforts provided insights into the relationship between legitimate ambition and criminal behavior, demonstrating how personal inadequacies and social rejection could motivate individuals toward illegal activities that offered alternative paths to wealth, status, and recognition. The legitimate business enterprises that Cobblepot established during his early career displayed characteristics that would later appear in his criminal organizations. Their emphasis on sophisticated planning, attention to detail, and cultivation of social relationships, reflecting managerial skills and strategic thinking that could have led to success in lawful endeavors, if not for psychological factors and social circumstances that channeled his ambitions toward illegal objectives. His early businesses served as learning laboratories where he developed the organizational and leadership capabilities that would later make his criminal enterprises so effective and difficult to penetrate. The social and economic factors that contributed to Cobblepot's transformation from ambitious businessman to criminal mastermind included both personal psychological issues and systemic problems within Gotham's business community that made legitimate success difficult for individuals who lacked proper social connections and family backgrounds. His experiences with discrimination and rejection by established business leaders created resentments and grievances that would eventually motivate his criminal activities, while also providing him with insider knowledge of legitimate business practices that he could exploit for illegal purposes. The investigation of Cobblepot's early business activities required Batman to develop expertise in financial analysis and corporate investigation that would prove valuable in numerous future cases involving white-collar crime and organized criminal enterprises that operated through legitimate business structures. The case established methodological approaches for identifying criminal activity within apparently lawful business operations, while also revealing the complex relationships between economic inequality, social exclusion, and criminal behavior. The transition period during which Cobblepot's businesses began incorporating illegal elements alongside their legitimate operations provided unique opportunities for studying the process through which lawful enterprises became criminal organizations, revealing patterns of escalation and normalization that would later appear in similar cases involving other criminals who had begun with legitimate ambitions but gradually adopted illegal methods when lawful approaches proved inadequate to achieve their objectives. Perhaps the most significant of all Batman's forgotten early cases involved his investigation of Robin's independent crime-fighting activities during the period before their official partnership was established, when the young acrobat was conducting his own investigation into his parents' deaths while also attempting to prove himself worthy of joining Batman's mission. These solo adventures revealed capabilities and qualities that would later contribute to their successful partnership, while also demonstrating the dangers and limitations of vigilante activity conducted without proper training and institutional support. The methods that Robin employed during his independent investigations reflected his circus background and acrobatic training, while also revealing natural investigative instincts and analytical capabilities that complemented Batman's own detective skills in unexpected ways. His ability to gather information from sources and locations that were inaccessible to adult investigators provided valuable intelligence about criminal activities that conventional law enforcement had been unable to penetrate. Yet his inexperience and emotional investment in his parents' case created vulnerabilities that could have led to serious injury or death without appropriate intervention and guidance. The criminal organization responsible for the deaths of Robin's parents represented a different category of organized crime than the theatrical villains and corporate criminals that would later dominate Gotham's criminal landscape. Their activities rooted in traditional organized crime methods and territorial control rather than elaborate schemes or technological innovation. Their investigation of this organization required Batman to develop understanding of criminal hierarchies and loyalty structures that operated according to old-world principles of family obligation and personal honor rather than purely economic motivations. The resolution of Robin's parents' murder case established precedents for dealing with crimes that involved both personal vengeance and criminal justice, requiring careful balance between the emotional needs of victims' families and the legal requirements for evidence gathering and prosecution. The case demonstrated the importance of providing appropriate support and guidance for individuals whose personal tragedies had motivated them toward vigilante activities that could either complement or interfere with official law. Renforcement effort. The integration of Robin into Batman's crime-fighting activities represented not just the addition of a partner, but the evolution of investigative methodologies and operational procedures that could accommodate multiple participants with different skills and perspectives, creating collaborative approaches to crime fighting that would later influence Batman's work with other allies and team-based crime-fighting organizations. These erased adventures and lost cases continue to influence Batman's approach to detective work and criminal investigation in ways that extend far beyond their immediate resolutions to encompass fundamental principles and methodological frameworks that guide his analysis of criminal behavior and his development of strategies for addressing complex criminal enterprises. The Forgotten Investigations provided educational experiences that could not have been obtained through any other means. Their diverse challenges and unique requirements forcing the development of capabilities and insights that would prove invaluable throughout his subsequent career as Gotham's protector. The techniques and analytical methods that emerged from these early cases established foundations for approaches to crime fighting that combined scientific precision with intuitive understanding of human psychology, creating hybrid methodologies that could address problems ranging from individual criminal behavior to systemic institutional corruption. The precedents and frameworks developed during these forgotten investigations continue to provide guidance for contemporary challenges and emerging forms of criminal activity that require innovative approaches and adaptive strategies. In the broader context of Batman's mission to protect Gotham from criminal predation and social disorder, these erased adventures represent crucial formative experiences that transformed a grief-driven vigilante into a sophisticated detective whose capabilities exceeded those of any individual law enforcement officer or investigative agency. The lessons learned and methodologies developed during these forgotten cases remain embedded in every successful investigation and every criminal organization that has been dismantled through the application of analytical techniques and strategic approaches that were first tested and refined during these early, unrecorded adventures in the pursuit of justice. In the forgotten genealogies of heroism that branch through Gotham's shadowed history like family trees whose roots have been buried beneath decades of official revision and popular mythology, there exist chapters dedicated to champions whose contributions to the Dark Knight's mission have been eclipsed by the more celebrated partnerships and alliances that captured public imagination and dominated newspaper headlines. These vanished members of what might loosely be termed the Bat family represent not merely supporting characters in Batman's epic struggle against crime, but fundamental influences on his development as both detective and protector, their individual stories revealing aspects of heroism and sacrifice that the sanitized narratives of popular culture have been reluctant to acknowledge or explore in meaningful detail. The significance of these forgotten family members extends beyond their immediate contributions to specific cases or their personal relationships with Bruce Wayne to encompass the educational and emotional development that occurred through their interactions. Their diverse backgrounds and specialized capabilities forcing Batman to expand his understanding of what partnership could accomplish. while also challenging his fundamental assumptions about the nature of justice and the acceptable costs of pursuing it through methods that operated outside conventional legal and social frameworks. Among the most poignant of these erased heroic identities was the brief but significant career of the young man who adopted the name Redbird during the crucial period when Tim Drake was establishing his own identity as a crime fighter, independent of his later role as the third Robin. This forgotten incarnation represented not merely a transitional phase in Drake's development, but a complete alternative approach to vigilante heroism that emphasized technological innovation and analytical investigation over the common, physical prowess and acrobatic spectacle that had characterized previous Robin identities. Tim Drake's decision to create the Redbird identity reflected his understanding that effective crime fighting in the modern era required capabilities and resources that went beyond what traditional vigilante methods could provide. His background in computer technology and systems analysis, enabling approaches to criminal investigation that combined electronic surveillance with data analysis in ways that had never been attempted by individual crime fighters. His recognition that information warfare and technological superiority could provide decisive advantages over criminal organizations marked a fundamental evolution in vigilante methodology that would influence crime-fighting techniques for years to come. The equipment and technological systems that Tim Drake developed for his Redbird persona represented months of careful research and engineering, incorporating cutting-edge developments in miniaturization, communications technology, and computer systems that were far ahead of anything available to conventional law enforcement agencies. His utility belt contained sophisticated electronic devices that could penetrate computer networks, intercept communications, and analyze complex data patterns in real time, while his costume incorporated fiber optic systems and heads-up displays that provided constant access to information, databases, and surveillance networks. The independent investigations that Redbird conducted during his brief solo career demonstrated capabilities and insights that complemented Batman's own detective work, while also revealing approaches to criminal analysis that the older hero had never considered or attempted. His ability to track financial transactions, analyze communication patterns, and identify relationships between apparently unrelated criminal activities provided intelligence that proved crucial for understanding the organizational structures and operational methods of sophisticated criminal enterprises. The cases that Redbird solved, through purely technological means, established precedents for crime fighting that relied on electronic investigation and data analysis rather than physical confrontation and traditional detective work. Yet, his success in these endeavors also revealed limitations and vulnerabilities that made purely technological approaches insufficient for addressing the full spectrum of criminal behavior that plagued Gotham's streets. His gradual recognition of these limitations contributed to his decision to abandon the independent Redbird identity and seek formal partnership with Batman as the third Robin. The transition from Redbird to Robin represented not just a change in costume and codename, but a fundamental integration of technological capabilities with traditional vigilante methods, creating hybrid approaches to crime fighting that combined the best elements of both methodologies while compensating for their individual weaknesses and limitations. The lessons learned during the Redbird period would continue to influence Tim Drake's approach to crime fighting throughout his subsequent career as Robin and beyond. While Tim Drake was developing his technological approaches to independent crime fighting, another forgotten member of the extended Bat family was pursuing her own brief but significant career as a costumed crime fighter, whose methods and motivations represented yet another alternative approach to vigilante heroism. The young woman who adopted the identity Batgirl, later modified to Batgirl, to to avoid confusion with subsequent heroes who would use similar names. Brought to her crime-fighting activities a combination of athletic prowess and social conscience that reflected her background in competitive sports and community service. Betty Kane's decision to become Batgirl was motivated not by personal tragedy or family obligation, but by genuine admiration for Batman's mission and sincere desire to contribute her own capabilities to the cause of justice, her enthusiasm and idealism providing a refreshing contrast to the darker motivations and psychological complexities that drove most vigilante careers. Her background as a competitive gymnast and amateur athlete provided physical capabilities that were well suited to the demands of costumed crime fighting, while her involvement in various charitable and community service organizations had given her insights into social problems and community needs that influenced her approach to crime-fighting activities. The costume and equipment that Betty Kane designed for her Batgirl identity reflected both practical considerations and symbolic connections to the Batman mystique, incorporating elements that provided protection and functionality, while maintaining visual consistency with established heroic iconography. Her cape and cowl served practical purposes in concealing identity and providing gliding capability, while also creating psychological impact on criminals who encountered the unexpected sight of another bat-themed vigilante operating in Gotham's streets. The partnership that developed between Batgirl and the original Batwoman created opportunities for collaborative crime fighting that demonstrated the advantages of team-based approaches to vigilante activities, their complementary skills and resources, enabling investigations and operations that would have been impossible for individual heroes working independently. The relationship between the two female heroes provided models for future partnerships, while also establishing precedents for gender equality and shared leadership within vigilante organizations. The criminal cases that Batgirl helped solve during her partnership with Batwoman revealed capabilities and insights that were specifically related to her youth and social background. Her ability to gather information from teenage and young adult sources, providing intelligence about criminal activities that adult investigators had been unable to penetrate. Her natural empathy and communication skills made her particularly effective at interviewing victims and witnesses who might be intimidated or suspicious when approached by more imposing adult heroes. The end of Betty Kane's career as Batgirl occurred not through defeat or injury, but through personal circumstances and family obligations that made continued vigilante activities impractical. Her departure from costumed crime fighting, representing the kind of natural career transition that demonstrated the temporary nature of most heroic identities and the importance of maintaining connections to normal life and conventional responsibilities, even for those who chose to serve justice through extraordinary means. Beyond the brief careers of individual heroes whose contributions have been forgotten or minimized by popular historians, the extended Bat family included institutional figures whose behind-the-scenes support and specialized expertise provided essential infrastructure for Batman's mission, while remaining largely invisible to public observation and historical documentation. Among the most significant of these forgotten support personnel was the figure known to Batman only as Azrael, though this designation encompassed not a single individual, but a hereditary identity that had been maintained by the Order of Saint-Dumas for centuries before its first encounter with Gotham's protector. The Order of Saint-Dumas represented a religious and mystical tradition that had preserved ancient knowledge and combat techniques through generations of warrior monks whose dedication to justice and protection of the innocent had created natural compatibility with Batman's own mission. Despite fundamental differences in methodology and philosophical foundation, the Order's emphasis on spiritual discipline and moral purification provided alternative approaches to crime fighting that emphasized psychological preparation and ethical development rather than technological capability and physical training. The individual who would eventually become known as John Paul Valley had been raised within the Order's traditions and trained in its specialized combat techniques from earliest childhood. His development following patterns of education and conditioning that were designed to create warriors capable of confronting supernatural threats and mystical enemies that conventional law enforcement could never address effectively. His knowledge of ancient weapons and fighting styles complemented his understanding of religious symbolism and spiritual warfare, creating capabilities that were uniquely suited to addressing certain categories of criminal behavior. The relationship that developed between the Order of Sanduma and Batman's mission represented a convergence of ancient traditions with modern crime-fighting techniques, their collaboration demonstrating how historical knowledge and contemporary methods could be combined to create approaches to justice that were more comprehensive and effective than either could achieve independently. The Order's spiritual perspective provided insights into criminal motivation and psychological transformation that purely secular approaches had been unable to develop or apply successfully. The cases that involved Azrael and the Order of Saint Dumas typically included supernatural or mystical elements that conventional detective work and scientific analysis were inadequate to address, requiring specialized knowledge and techniques that had been preserved through religious tradition rather than academic study. The successful resolution of these cases established precedents for dealing with crimes that operated according to principles and motivations that lay outside normal human experience and understanding. The philosophical and theological discussions that occurred between Batman and Azrael during their collaboration revealed fundamental questions about the nature of justice and the relationship between human law and divine will, their different perspectives creating opportunities for intellectual exchange that challenged both heroes to examine their own assumptions and beliefs, while also developing more nuanced approaches to moral decision-making in complex situations involving competing values and conflicting obligations. While the Order of Saint Dumas provided mystical expertise and spiritual perspective, another forgotten member of the Bat family contributed essential, technical, and mechanical support through skills and knowledge that were more mundane but equally crucial for maintaining the technological infrastructure that supported Batman's crime-fighting activities. Harold Allnut, the mute inventor and mechanic who lived beneath Wayne Manor, represented perhaps the most essential yet least acknowledged member of the extended team that made Batman's mission possible. Harold's background and the circumstances that led to his residence in the cave systems beneath Wayne Manor remain among the most carefully guarded secrets in all of Batman's personal files. His history involving connections to criminal organizations and law enforcement agencies that created complex loyalties and obligations extending far beyond his immediate work on Batman's equipment and facilities. His decision to devote his considerable technical talents to supporting Batman's mission represented not just career choice but fundamental moral commitment that required abandoning previous associations and accepting permanent isolation from normal social relationships. The mechanical and electronic systems that Harold designed and maintained for Batman's operations represented innovations in engineering and technology that were years ahead of anything available through conventional, commercial, military sources. His intuitive understanding of mechanical principles and creative problem-solving capabilities, enabling solutions to technical challenges that formerly trained engineers had declared impossible or impractical. His modifications to the Batmobile, improvements to the Batcave's infrastructure, and innovations in Batman's equipment provided crucial advantages that made many successful operations possible. The communication barrier created by Harold's muteness required the development of alternative methods for conveying technical information and coordinating collaborative projects, leading to systems of written communication and symbolic representation that enabled complex discussions of engineering problems and design concepts, despite the absence of verbal interaction. These communication methods created unique forms of intellectual partnership that demonstrated how disabilities and limitations could be overcome through creativity and mutual respect. The projects that Harold completed during his years of service in the Batcave included not only routine maintenance and repair work, but also original innovations and technological developments that pushed the boundaries of what individual inventors and mechanics could achieve with limited resources and specialized requirements. His work on stealth technology, defensive systems, and surveillance equipment contributed essential elements to Batman's operational capabilities, while also establishing technical foundations for future developments and improvements. The relationship between Batman and Harold represented a form of mentorship and collaboration that transcended conventional employer-employee dynamics to encompass genuine mutual respect and shared commitment to justice, despite the obvious differences in their backgrounds, capabilities, and social positions. Harold's dedication to maintaining and improving Batman's equipment reflected not just professional competence, but personal investment in the success of the broader mission that his technical contributions helped make possible. Perhaps the most emotionally significant of all the forgotten Bat family members was Dr. Leslie Tompkins, whose role as Bruce Wayne's surrogate mother figure and moral compass provided psychological and emotional support that was essential for maintaining his humanity and ethical foundation, despite the traumatic experiences and moral complexities that characterized his life as Batman. Her influence on his development extended far beyond the immediate medical care she provided following his parents' deaths to encompass fundamental lessons about compassion, healing, and the importance of preserving hope even in the face of overwhelming tragedy and injustice. Dr. Tompkins' background as a physician specializing in emergency medicine and trauma treatment had provided her with extensive experience in dealing with victims of violence and their families. Her professional knowledge and personal empathy, creating unique qualifications for understanding and addressing the psychological wounds that had shaped Bruce Wayne's childhood and continued to influence his adult behavior and decision-making processes. Her ability to provide both medical treatment and emotional counseling made her invaluable for addressing the complex needs of someone whose chosen career involved regular exposure to physical danger and psychological trauma. The clinic that Dr. Tompkins operated in one of Gotham's most disadvantaged neighborhoods provided essential medical services for populations who could not afford conventional health care, while also serving as an informal intelligence network that kept her informed about criminal activities and social problems that official agencies were unable or unwilling to address effectively. Her relationships with patients and community members provided access to information about criminal organizations and illegal activities that formal law enforcement investigations had been unable to penetrate or verify. The moral guidance that Dr. Tompkins provided to Bruce Wayne throughout his career as Batman represented one of the most important influences on his development as both hero and human being. Her consistent emphasis on the value of human life and the importance of healing, rather than merely punishing criminals, serving as a counterbalance to the darker impulses and more violent solutions that his traumatic background and dangerous lifestyle might otherwise have encouraged. Her presence in his life provided essential grounding in humanitarian values and ethical principles that prevented his mission from degenerating into simple vengeance or vigilante violence. The medical treatment that Dr. Tompkins provided for Batman's injuries was conducted with complete discretion and professional confidentiality. Her willingness to treat wounds and ailments that conventional medical facilities would have been required to report to law enforcement agencies, making her an essential component of his operational security and personal safety. Her expertise in trauma surgery and emergency medicine proved crucial on numerous occasions when Batman's activities resulted in injuries that required immediate professional attention. The relationship between Dr. Tompkins and the various other members of the extended Bat family provided her with opportunities to serve as counselor and confidant for individuals whose involvement in vigilante activities created emotional and psychological stresses that conventional support systems were inadequate to address. Her understanding of trauma, grief, and moral conflict made her uniquely qualified to help other heroes process their experiences and maintain their psychological health despite the extraordinary demands and dangers of their chosen careers. These forgotten Bat family members collectively represent essential elements in the support system that made Batman's mission possible, while also demonstrating the collaborative nature of effective crime fighting and the importance of diverse skills and perspectives in addressing the complex challenges posed by sophisticated criminal organizations and social problems. Their individual contributions may have been overshadowed by more dramatic partnerships and celebrated alliances, yet their influence continues to shape every aspect of Batman's approach to justice and his understanding of what heroism means in practical terms rather than merely symbolic gestures. The legacy of these vanished heroes and forgotten supporters lives on in every successful investigation, every criminal organization dismantled, every innocent life saved through methods and techniques that were developed through collaboration with individuals whose names may never appear in official histories, but whose dedication and sacrifice provided the foundation upon which Batman's reputation and effectiveness were ultimately built. They were the teachers who showed him the value of partnership, the colleagues who demonstrated that individual heroism was most meaningful when it served broader purposes and benefited from diverse perspectives and capabilities. In the quiet moments between cases, when the Batcave's equipment hums with electronic activity and the trophies and memorials that line the walls catch the light of computer displays, Batman sometimes pauses to remember those who helped him become not just a more effective crime fighter, but a better person, individuals whose influence extended far beyond their immediate contributions to encompass fundamental lessons about trust, cooperation, and the importance of maintaining human connections, even in the dangerous and isolated world of vigilante justice. Their courage, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to justice remain embedded in everything he does, invisible threads in the complex web of relationships and influences that transformed a traumatized child's desire for vengeance into a systematic campaign for justice that has protected countless innocent lives and inspired hope those who had lost faith in conventional institutions and their ability to address the problems that plagued modern urban society. In the hidden workshops and forgotten laboratories scattered throughout Wayne Manor's subterranean levels, where the echoes of hammering metal and the hum of experimental circuitry have been silenced by decades of technological evolution and strategic obsolescence, there lie the remnants of innovations that pushed the boundaries of what civilian engineering could achieve while operating under constraints that no legitimate research institution had ever been forced to navigate. These abandoned prototypes and discarded designs represent more than mere technological curiosities. They are the physical manifestations of a learning process through which grief and determination were gradually transformed into the scientific foundation that would support one of history's most extraordinary campaigns against criminal injustice. The significance of these forgotten technologies extends far beyond their immediate practical applications to encompass the educational journey through which Bruce Wayne evolved from traumatized heir into sophisticated inventor, each failed experiment and abandoned prototype teaching crucial lessons about the relationship between theoretical knowledge and practical implementation that no conventional engineering education could have provided. The unique requirements of vigilante crime fighting demanded innovations that operated at the intersection of multiple disciplines, combining military technology with civilian applications, incorporating theatrical elements alongside functional necessity, creating hybrid solutions that challenged fundamental assumptions about what individual inventors could achieve with sufficient motivation and unlimited resources. Among the most significant of these technological artifacts were the original Batmobile designs that preceded the sleek and sophisticated vehicles that would eventually become iconic symbols of Batman's technological superiority, their evolution representing a systematic exploration of the possibilities and limitations of automotive engineering when applied to the unique challenges of urban crime fighting. The earliest prototypes reflected Bruce Wayne's initial understanding of what vehicular support might contribute to his mission, yet their obvious inadequacies and operational failures taught essential lessons about the complexity of creating transportation systems that could operate effectively in hostile urban environments while maintaining the stealth and versatility that vigilante activities required. The first Batmobile prototype was essentially a modified luxury sedan, whose only distinguishing characteristics were reinforced bodywork and a more powerful engine, reflecting Bruce Wayne's initial assumption that effective crime-fighting vehicles required only superior speed and defensive capability, rather than specialized equipment and tactical systems. The limitations of this approach became apparent during its first operational deployment, when the vehicle's conventional design proved inadequate for the high-speed pursuits and tactical maneuvers that urban crime fighting demanded, while its obvious modifications made it conspicuous to both criminals and law enforcement in ways that compromised operational security. The second prototype incorporated lessons learned from the failure of its predecessor, adding armor, plating, and defensive systems that provided protection against small arms fire, while also including rudimentary communication equipment and surveillance technology that enabled coordination with ground operations and intelligence-gathering activities. Yet this design suffered from weight and mobility problems that limited its effectiveness in urban environments where agility and stealth were often more important than defensive capability, teaching Bruce Wayne that effective vehicle design required careful balance between competing requirements rather than simple maximization of individual capabilities. The third Batmobile prototype represented a fundamental reconceptualization of what crime-fighting vehicles could accomplish, incorporating advanced materials and engineering techniques that had been borrowed from aerospace and military applications to create a platform that combined speed, stealth, and tactical capability in ways that conventional automotive design had never attempted. The vehicle's revolutionary shape and propulsion system reflected months of research into aerodynamics and engine technology, while its electronic systems incorporated cutting-edge developments in miniaturization and computer control that were years ahead of anything available to civilian consumers. The testing and refinement process that the third prototype underwent revealed both the potential and the limitations of individual innovation when applied to complex engineering challenges, the vehicle's impressive performance capabilities being offset by reliability problems and maintenance requirements that made it impractical for sustained operational use. The lessons learned during this phase of development would prove crucial for later designs that achieved the optimal balance between performance and practicality that made the eventual Batmobile such an effective tool for crime-fighting activities. The abandoned features and experimental systems that were tested during the early Batmobile development process included innovations that were years ahead of their time, their eventual abandonment reflecting not technological inadequacy, but practical constraints and operational requirements that made simpler solutions more effective for immediate needs. The electromagnetic pulse generation system that was tested in the fourth prototype could have disabled electronic equipment throughout a several-block radius, yet its power requirements and potential for collateral damage made it unsuitable for use in populated areas where innocent civilians might be affected by its activation. The experimental stealth technology incorporated into the fifth prototype represented perhaps the most ambitious attempt to create a truly invisible vehicle. Its adaptive camouflage systems and sound dampening technology achieving remarkable success in laboratory testing, while proving inadequate for real-world operational conditions where dust, weather, and mechanical stress created maintenance and reliability problems that made the systems more liability than asset. The research and development work conducted on these stealth systems would later contribute to other projects and applications where their limitations could be better managed and their capabilities more effectively utilized. While automotive innovations were being tested and refined through systematic experimentation and practical application, parallel development programs were exploring the possibilities and limitations of personal equipment and gadgetry that could enhance individual capability and provide tactical advantages during direct confrontations with criminal adversaries. The prototype bat gadgets that emerged from these research efforts reflected Bruce Wayne's growing understanding of how technology could augment human capability, while also revealing the constraints and complications that arose when theoretical concepts encountered the practical realities of field deployment and operational stress. The original grappling gun designs represented early attempts to create portable equipment that could provide enhanced mobility and tactical positioning capability in urban environments where conventional movement was restricted by architectural obstacles and hostile opposition. The first prototype was essentially a modified military surplus device, whose weight and complexity made it impractical for sustained use, while its unreliable operation and maintenance requirements created safety hazards that made it more dangerous to the user than beneficial for operational effectiveness. The evolution of grappling gun technology through successive generations of prototypes demonstrated the iterative process through which theoretical concepts were gradually refined into practical tools, each design incorporating lessons learned from previous failures, while introducing new capabilities and improvements that brought the devices closer to their ultimate operational requirements. The development process required advances in materials, science, mechanical engineering, and electronic control systems that pushed the boundaries of what individual inventors could achieve without access to major research institutions and manufacturing facilities. The miniaturization challenges that arose during grappling gun development forced Bruce Wayne to explore relationships with specialized suppliers and component manufacturers whose capabilities extended beyond conventional commercial applications, creating networks of technical support and manufacturing capability that would prove essential for other equipment development projects. The precision machining and exotic materials required for reliable grappling gun operation were available only through aerospace and military contractors, whose security requirements and confidentiality agreements provided additional protection for the secrecy of Batman's equipment specifications. The abandoned grappling gun features that were tested during the development process included experimental targeting systems, remote control capabilities, and integrated communication equipment that would have provided tactical advantages in specific situations, while adding complexity and weight that made the devices less versatile and reliable for general use. The decision to eliminate these advanced features in favor of simpler, more reliable operation reflected hard-won understanding of the relationship between complexity and effectiveness in field equipment design. The experimental Batarang designs represented another category of technological development that combined traditional weapons concepts with modern materials and manufacturing techniques to create tools that served both offensive and utility functions while maintaining the theatrical impact that was essential for psychological warfare against criminal adversaries. The development process revealed the complexity of creating seemingly simple devices that could perform multiple functions while remaining reliable, accurate, and safe for use by a single operator in high-stress combat situations. The aerodynamics research that informed Batarang design required extensive testing and refinement to achieve the flight characteristics and impact performance that made these devices effective for both combat and utility applications. The relationship between shape, weight distribution, and materials selection proved far more complex than initial theoretical analysis had suggested, requiring empirical testing and iterative design refinement that consumed months of development time and substantial resources. The electronic systems incorporated into advanced Batarang prototypes included tracking devices, communication equipment, and remote detonation capabilities that would have provided tactical advantages in specific scenarios, while adding complexity and cost that made mass production and field deployment impractical. The abandoned electronic features represented technological capabilities that were theoretically sound but practically problematic for devices that were intended to be disposable or potentially recoverable by criminal adversaries. Beyond individual gadgets and personal equipment, the technological artifacts buried in Wayne Manor's archives include prototypes for the communication and surveillance systems that would eventually provide Batman with intelligence gathering and coordination capabilities that exceeded those available to most law enforcement agencies. The evolution of the bat signal from simple spotlight to sophisticated communication device reflected broader developments in electronic technology and communication systems, while also demonstrating how theatrical elements could be combined with practical functionality to create tools that served multiple purposes simultaneously. The original bat signal was essentially a modified searchlight whose only function was visual communication between Commissioner Gordon and Batman, its crude design and limited capability reflecting the experimental nature of their early collaboration and the absence of more sophisticated communication alternatives. The signal's effectiveness depended entirely on clear weather conditions and direct line of sight between the signal location and Batman's position, limitations that became increasingly problematic as their collaboration expanded and coordination requirements became more complex and time-sensitive. The second-generation bat signal incorporated basic electronic components that provided remote activation capability and simple coded message transmission. Yet these improvements introduced reliability problems and maintenance requirements that made the system vulnerable to weather damage and electronic interference. The development of more sophisticated communication alternatives eventually made the enhanced signal system redundant, though its symbolic value ensured its continued use even after more effective communication methods became available. The abandoned bat signal features that were tested during various upgrade attempts included voice communication capability, encrypted digital message transmission, and integration with broader communication networks that would have provided real-time coordination between multiple law enforcement agencies and vigilante operatives. These advanced capabilities proved technically feasible but operationally problematic due to security concerns and the complexity of maintaining reliable communication equipment that was exposed to weather and potentially hostile. interference from criminal organizations with their own electronic warfare capabilities. The prototype computer systems that preceded the eventual Batcomputer represented ambitious attempts to create information processing and analysis capabilities that could support complex criminal investigations while maintaining the prototype computer represented security and flexibility that individual operations required. The development process revealed both the potential and the limitations of civilian access to advanced computing technology during periods when such systems were primarily available to government agencies and major corporations with substantial financial resources and security clearances. The first computer system installed in the Batcave was essentially a modified commercial mainframe whose capabilities were impressive by civilian standards, yet inadequate for the complex data analysis and information correlation tasks that criminal investigation required. The system's limitations became apparent when attempts to cross-reference criminal records and identify pattern relationships exceeded its processing capability and storage capacity, while its inflexible software architecture made customization and enhancement extremely difficult. The evolution toward more sophisticated computer systems required relationships with specialized contractors and equipment suppliers whose capabilities extended beyond conventional commercial applications, creating dependencies on technical support and maintenance services that posed potential security risks to the secrecy of Batman's operations. The balance between capability and security became a constant consideration that influenced every aspect of computer system design and implementation throughout the development process. The artificial intelligence research that was conducted during computer system development explored the possibility of creating automated analysis and decision-making capabilities that could supplement human judgment while providing continuous monitoring and pattern recognition services that no individual operator could maintain across extended time periods. The experimental AI systems showed promise for specific applications while revealing fundamental limitations and philosophical concerns that made full automation problematic for activities that required moral judgment and ethical decision-making. The abandoned computer features that were developed and tested during various system upgrades included predictive modeling capabilities, automated investigation protocols, and integrated surveillance systems that would have provided unprecedented intelligence gathering and analysis capability, while raising ethical concerns about privacy, surveillance, and the appropriate limits of individual investigative authority. These advanced capabilities represented technological possibilities that were theoretically sound but practically problematic due to legal and moral constraints that made their deployment questionable, even for legitimate crime-fighting purposes. The technological legacy preserved in Wayne Manor's forgotten laboratories represents more than mere historical curiosity or abandoned innovation. These artifacts embody the learning process through which tragedy and determination were gradually transformed into systematic capability, each failed prototype and discarded design, contributing essential elements to the foundation of knowledge and experience that would eventually support one of history's most effective individual campaigns against criminal injustice. The evolution from crude modifications and simple adaptations to sophisticated integrated systems reflects not just technological progress, but personal growth and developing understanding of the complex relationship between capability and responsibility, power and restraint, innovation and ethics that would define Batman's approach to justice throughout his career. The influence of these forgotten technologies extends far beyond their immediate applications to encompass broader principles and methodologies that continue to guide technological development and equipment design in contemporary crime-fighting applications. The lessons learned about reliability versus complexity, security versus capability, and functionality versus theatricality established frameworks for decision-making that remain relevant for addressing modern challenges and emerging opportunities in the ongoing evolution of vigilante technology and individual crime, fighting capability. In the deeper context of Batman's mission to protect Gotham from criminal predation and social disorder, these technological artifacts represent essential components of the infrastructure that made systematic crime fighting possible, while demonstrating the importance of continuous innovation and adaptation in maintaining effectiveness against criminal organizations that themselves employed advanced technology and sophisticated methods. The forgotten prototypes and abandoned designs serve as reminders that progress requires experimentation and failure, that innovation demands willingness to abandon inadequate solutions in favor of better alternatives, and that the ultimate measure of technological success lies not in theoretical capability, but in practical application to real-world problems and genuine service to the cause of justice and protection of innocent life. In the shadowed chronicles of organized criminal activity that flourished in Gotham City during the decades preceding the rise of theatrical supervillains and flamboyant masterminds, there existed networks of cooperation and competition among lawbreakers, whose sophisticated organizational structures and coordinated activities created the foundation upon which later criminal enterprises would build their more spectacular and publicized schemes. These vanished villains' secret societies represented not merely loose associations of individual criminals seeking mutual benefit, but carefully structured institutions that combined elements of legitimate business organization with underground governance systems that filled the vacuum left by inadequate official law enforcement and corrupt municipal administration. The significance of these forgotten criminal confederations extends far beyond their immediate impact on Gotham's crime statistics to encompass the establishment of methodological frameworks and operational precedents that would influence illegal activity for generations. Their innovations in criminal organization and their development of systematic approaches to territorial control, resource allocation, and conflict resolution, creating templates that would be adopted and modified by successive waves of criminal leadership. The dissolution of these original secret societies through internal conflicts, external pressure, and generational change created opportunities for new forms of criminal organization to emerge. Yet the institutional knowledge and operational expertise they had accumulated remained embedded in Gotham's criminal culture through former members who carried their experience into subsequent criminal enterprises. Among the most influential of these vanished organizations was the original incarnation of the Injustice League, though this early version bore little resemblance to the later assemblage of costumed supervillains that would adopt the same name for their own purposes. The original Injustice League had been founded during the 1920s by criminal masterminds who recognized that individual illegal enterprises, however successful, were vulnerable to law enforcement pressure and competitive predation that could be better resisted through coordinated action and mutual support among organizations that shared common interests and complementary capabilities. The founding charter of the original Injustice League established principles of cooperation and resource sharing that were revolutionary for their time, creating frameworks for joint ventures and collaborative operations that enabled member organizations to undertake criminal enterprises of unprecedented scope and complexity, while maintaining operational security through compartmentalization and distributed responsibility. The League's organizational structure reflected sophisticated understanding of both legitimate business practices and military command systems, incorporating elements from both traditions to create hybrid governance structures that could coordinate diverse criminal enterprises while maintaining security against infiltration and betrayal. The membership criteria established by the original Injustice League emphasized professional competence and organizational capability rather than individual criminal reputation or spectacular criminal achievements, their selection process favoring criminal leaders who had demonstrated ability to maintain stable illegal enterprises and manage complex operations over extended periods without attracting excessive law enforcement attention or creating unnecessary public disturbance. This emphasis on professional standards and operational discipline distinguished the League from looser criminal associations that relied primarily on personal relationships and temporary alliances of convenience. The territorial agreements negotiated by Injustice League members established precedents for criminal cooperation that eliminated much of the violent competition and destructive conflict that had previously characterized relationships between different illegal enterprises. Their systematic approach to resource allocation and territory division, creating stable frameworks for coexistence that enabled all member organizations to prosper while reducing the risks and costs associated with criminal warfare. The enforcement mechanisms established to maintain these agreements demonstrated sophisticated understanding of dispute resolution and conflict management that rivaled those employed by legitimate trade associations and professional organizations. The joint operations conducted under Injustice League coordination represented criminal enterprises of unprecedented sophistication and scale. Their collaborative planning and execution, enabling heists, smuggling operations, and protection schemes that would have been impossible for individual organizations to attempt successfully. The League's pooling of expertise, resources, and intelligence created capabilities that exceeded the sum of their individual member organizations, while their careful coordination and security protocols minimized the risks of detection and prosecution that typically increased with the scale and complexity of criminal operations. The downfall of the original Injustice League came not through external law enforcement pressure or rival criminal competition, but through internal conflicts and generational changes that gradually eroded the shared interests and mutual trust that had made their cooperation possible. The retirement and death of founding members created succession problems that new leadership was unable to resolve satisfactorily, while changing economic conditions and evolving law enforcement methods made their established operational procedures less effective and more vulnerable to detection and disruption. The legacy of the original Injustice League influenced the development of subsequent criminal organizations throughout Gotham for decades after its dissolution. Their innovations in criminal cooperation and their establishment of professional standards for illegal enterprises, providing models that would be adopted and adapted by later criminal leaders who sought to create their own versions of systematic criminal organization. The institutional knowledge and operational expertise developed during the League's active period remained embedded in Gotham's criminal culture, through former members who became advisors and consultants to newer criminal enterprises. Parallel to the Injustice League's focus on criminal cooperation and systematic organization, another secret society pursued more esoteric objectives that combined criminal activity with social and political manipulation designed to influence legitimate institutions and mainstream culture in ways that served their hidden agenda. The False Face Society represented perhaps the most mysterious and sophisticated of all the vanished criminal organizations, their activities operating at the intersection of crime, politics, and social psychology in ways that made their true purposes and ultimate objectives difficult for law enforcement agencies to identify or understand. The origins of the False-Face Society could be traced back to theatrical and artistic communities where performers and creative professionals had developed sophisticated understanding of identity manipulation, psychological influence, and social performance that they eventually recognized could be applied to criminal and political objectives beyond mere entertainment and artistic expression. The Society's founding members possessed extensive knowledge of costume design, makeup techniques, and dramatic presentation that enabled them to create false identities and infiltrate social circles that would have been inaccessible to conventional criminal operatives. The operational methods employed by the False-Face Society emphasized deception and infiltration rather than direct criminal action, their members specializing in long-term assignments that required maintaining false identities for months or years while gathering intelligence, exerting influence, and manipulating events in ways that served the Society's broader objectives without creating obvious evidence of criminal activity or conspiracy. The Society's approach to criminal enterprise was fundamentally different from conventional illegal organizations. Their focus on indirect influence and subtle manipulation, creating effects that were difficult to detect and impossible to prosecute through normal legal procedures. The membership recruitment and training procedures developed by the False-Face Society created perhaps the most sophisticated educational programs for criminal operatives ever established. Their systematic approach to teaching identity, construction, psychological manipulation, and social infiltration, producing criminals whose capabilities exceeded those of many professional intelligence operatives and undercover law enforcement personnel. The Society's training programs incorporated elements borrowed from theatrical education, psychological research, and military intelligence training to create comprehensive curricula that prepared operatives for the complex challenges of long-term undercover assignments. The political influence operations conducted by False-Face Society members represented criminal enterprises of unprecedented subtlety and sophistication. Their systematic infiltration of government agencies, civic organizations, and business associations, enabling them to influence policy decisions, regulatory enforcement, and resource allocation in ways that served their criminal objectives while remaining undetectable to conventional oversight and investigation. The Society's understanding of how legitimate institutions functioned and how they could be manipulated from within demonstrated knowledge and capabilities that rivaled those of foreign intelligence services and professional lobbying organizations. The commercial enterprises established and operated by False-Face Society members served dual purposes as sources of legitimate income and cover for criminal activities. Their businesses and professional practices providing believable backgrounds for false identities while also generating profits that funded the Society's operations and expansion. The integration of legal and illegal activities was so sophisticated that many Society members maintained successful, legitimate careers for decades while simultaneously pursuing criminal objectives through their undercover assignments and blend influence operations. The dissolution of the False-Face Society occurred gradually as changing social conditions and technological developments made their traditional methods less effective and more vulnerable to detection, while generational changes in membership brought new priorities and objectives that conflicted with the Society's established traditions and operational procedures. The retirement of founding members and the recruitment of operatives who lacked proper training and commitment to the Society's principles led to operational failures and security breaches that ultimately compromised the organization's effectiveness and security. While the False Face Society pursued political influence and social manipulation through sophisticated undercover operations, another category of secret criminal organization focused on more traditional objectives of territorial control and resource extraction, through methods that combined ancient criminal traditions with modern organizational techniques. The early operations of what would later become known as the League of Assassins represented systematic attempts to establish criminal enterprises that could operate across international boundaries while maintaining security through compartmentalization and cultural isolation from mainstream criminal communities. The Proto-League of Assassins that operated in Gotham during the early 20th century was fundamentally different in character and methodology from the international organization that would later emerge under Ra's al-Ghul's Ghul's leadership. Their activities focused primarily on contract killing and intimidation services for local criminal organizations, rather than the global environmental and political objectives that would characterize the later incarnation. The early League's emphasis on professional killing and systematic violence reflected pragmatic recognition that certain categories of criminal problems required permanent solutions that conventional criminal methods could not provide, reliably or discreetly. The recruitment and training procedures employed by the early League of Assassins drew upon martial arts traditions and warrior cultures that were largely unknown in Western criminal circles, their operatives possessing combat skills and psychological conditioning that made them far more effective than conventional hired killers and criminal enforcers. The League's systematic approach to assassin training created operatives whose capabilities exceeded those of most military and law enforcement personnel, while their cultural isolation and philosophical indoctrination ensured loyalty and security that conventional criminal organizations could never achieve. The operational security measures developed by the early League of Assassins represented innovations in criminal organization that were decades ahead of their time. Their use of cell structures, coded communications, and cultural camouflage, creating networks that were virtually impossible for law enforcement agencies to infiltrate or map completely. The League's understanding of how to maintain secrecy and operational security while conducting complex criminal operations across multiple jurisdictions demonstrated organizational sophistication that would not be matched by other criminal enterprises for many years. The clients and targets that characterized early League of Assassins operations reflected the organization's position at the intersection of legitimate business, organized crime, and political power, their services being employed by individuals and organizations whose problems required permanent solutions that could not be achieved through legal means or conventional criminal methods. The League's reputation for reliability and discretion made them valuable resources for solving conflicts and eliminating obstacles that threatened the interests of wealthy and powerful individuals who could afford their substantial fees. The geographical expansion and operational evolution that transformed the early League of Assassins from local criminal service provider into international criminal organization occurred gradually through relationships and partnerships that extended their reach beyond Gotham's boundaries while also introducing new objectives and methodologies that would eventually supersede their original focus on contract killing and intimidation services. The League's transformation reflected both the success of their original operational model and the opportunities created by global political and economic changes that made international criminal organization both possible and profitable. Beyond these formally organized secret societies and structured criminal confederations, Gotham's criminal landscape during the pre-theatrical era included numerous individual crime bosses and family-based organizations whose operations were characterized by territorial control and community integration. than systematic criminal cooperation or ideological objectives. These forgotten crime bosses represented traditional approaches to criminal leadership that emphasized personal relationships, family loyalty, and neighborhood control over the systematic organization and professional specialization that would characterize later criminal enterprises. The Bertinelli crime family represented perhaps the most successful of these traditional criminal organizations, their operations encompassing protection services, illegal gambling, and labor mediation that served genuine community needs, while also generating substantial profits for family members and associated criminal enterprises. The Bertinellis understood that sustainable criminal organization required community support and careful management of relationships with legitimate businesses and political authorities, creating networks of mutual obligation and protection that could endure for generations if properly maintained and transmitted to successive leadership generations. The legitimate businesses operated by the Bertinelli family provided both cover for illegal activities and sources of legal income that enabled them to maintain respectable social positions while also funding their criminal enterprises and political influence operations. Their restaurants, construction companies, and import businesses served genuine commercial functions while also facilitating money laundering, smuggling operations, and communication networks that were essential for coordinating complex criminal activities across multiple jurisdictions and business sectors. The political relationships cultivated by the Bertinelli family demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how criminal organizations could influence legitimate governance through campaign contributions, lobbying activities, and strategic partnerships with elected officials and government administrators who were willing to exchange favorable treatment for financial support and political assistance. Their approach to political influence emphasized long-term relationship building and mutual benefit, rather than crude corruption or intimidation, creating sustainable networks that could provide protection and advantage over extended periods. The downfall of traditional crime families like the Bertinellis typically resulted from generational changes and cultural evolution that made their community-based approaches to criminal organization less effective and more vulnerable to law enforcement pressure, while also creating opportunities for more systematic and professionally organized criminal enterprises to compete for their territories and business opportunities. The retirement and death of experienced criminal leaders often created succession problems that newer generations were unable to resolve successfully, leading to family conflicts and territorial disputes that weakened their overall effectiveness and security. The alliance of shadows that emerged from the remnants of various dissolved criminal organizations represented attempts to preserve institutional knowledge and operational expertise through collaborative networks that could adapt to changing conditions while maintaining continuity with traditional criminal methods and objectives. These alliances typically operated as loose confederations of former criminal operatives and retired crime bosses who provided consulting services and strategic advice to newer criminal enterprises, while also pursuing limited operations that drew upon their accumulated experience and preserved relationships. The shared resources and coordinated activities that characterized these shadow alliances enabled retired criminal operatives to maintain influence and income, while also providing valuable services to younger criminal leaders who lacked the experience and connections necessary for successful operation in competitive criminal environments. The alliance networks served as informal educational institutions where criminal knowledge and techniques were transmitted to new generations, while also creating opportunities for collaborative operations that drew upon the diverse expertise and capabilities of multiple former criminal organizations. The influence of these vanished villains' secret societies continues to shape Gotham's criminal landscape through the institutional knowledge, operational methods, and organizational frameworks they established during their active periods. Their innovations in criminal cooperation and systematic organization, providing foundations that continue to influence contemporary criminal enterprises and their approaches to territorial control, resource allocation, and conflict management. The precedents and traditions established by these forgotten criminal confederations remain embedded in Gotham's criminal culture through former members, inherited practices, and institutional continuity that connects contemporary criminal activity to historical patterns and established methods. The study of these dissolved criminal organizations provides essential insights into the evolution of criminal enterprise and the relationship between individual criminal ambition and systematic criminal organization, demonstrating how personal relationships, shared objectives, and mutual benefits can create collaborative networks that exceed the capabilities of individual criminal operatives, while also revealing the vulnerabilities and limitations that make such organizations susceptible to internal conflict, external pressure, and generational change that ultimately leads to their dissolution and replacement by newer forms of criminal organization. In the forbidden archives of Arkham Asylum, sealed beneath layers of medical confidentiality and judicial protection orders that have concealed decades of psychiatric evaluation and criminal analysis from public scrutiny, there exist psychological profiles whose contents reveal truths about the nature of madness and moral corruption that conventional understanding of heroism and villainy has been reluctant to acknowledge or examine in meaningful detail. These lost psychological assessments represent not merely clinical observations of individual criminal behavior, but systematic attempts to understand the fundamental processes through which ordinary human consciousness can be transformed into something capable of extraordinary evil. Their findings, challenging comfortable assumptions about the clear distinctions between sanity and madness, choice and compulsion, personal responsibility, and environmental determination. The significance of these forgotten psychological studies extends far beyond their immediate clinical applications to encompass broader questions about the nature of human consciousness and the factors that determine moral development. Their detailed documentation of criminal transformation and behavioral analysis, providing insights into the origins of evil that have profound implications for understanding not only Batman's adversaries, but also the psychological forces that shaped his own development as both vigilante and protector. The suppression of these profiles reflects institutional concerns about public safety and social stability that might be undermined by widespread knowledge of how easily normal individuals could be transformed into monsters under the right combination of circumstances and influences. Among the most disturbing of these concealed documents were the early psychological evaluations conducted on Bruce Wayne himself during the months immediately following his parents' murder, when well-meaning authorities and concerned family friends had insisted that professional intervention was necessary to address the obvious trauma and ensure healthy psychological development during such crucial formative years. These assessments revealed not only the expected symptoms of grief and post-traumatic stress, but also personality characteristics and behavioral patterns that suggested potential for both extraordinary heroism and dangerous obsession, depending on how his psychological development proceeded under different influences and circumstances. The clinical observations recorded by Dr. Margaret Chen during her initial evaluation of the young Bruce Wayne documented responses to traumatic stress that were unusual in their intensity and focus. Yet her professional notes also indicated concerns about the child's apparent ability to compartmentalize emotional pain while maintaining analytical thinking about the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. Her psychological testing revealed intellectual capabilities that exceeded normal developmental parameters, while also showing emotional responses that suggested profound commitment to understanding and preventing similar tragedies from affecting other families. The therapeutic recommendations that Dr. Chen included in her confidential report emphasized the importance of providing appropriate channels for Bruce Wayne's obvious need to process his trauma through active engagement rather than passive acceptance. Yet she also warned about the potential dangers if his desire for justice and prevention were allowed to develop without proper moral guidance and institutional support. Her predictions about possible future behavioral patterns proved remarkably accurate in identifying both his potential for positive contribution to society and his vulnerability to obsessive behavior that could become destructive if not properly managed. The follow-up evaluations conducted during Bruce Wayne's teenage years revealed the gradual emergence of personality characteristics that would later define his approach to crime fighting. Yet, these assessments also documented concerning patterns of social isolation and emotional suppression that suggested potential for psychological instability if his developing mission orientation was not balanced by healthy personal relationships and normal social development. The psychiatric professionals who worked with him during this period recognized his exceptional capabilities, while also expressing concerns about the single-minded dedication that was beginning to dominate his thinking and planning. The educational assessments that accompanied these psychological evaluations documented intellectual development that exceeded normal academic parameters, while also revealing learning preferences and analytical approaches that would later prove essential for his detective work and criminal investigation capabilities. His ability to synthesize information from multiple sources and identify patterns that escaped conventional analysis was already evident during his teenage years. Yet these same capabilities created social difficulties and communication problems that isolated him from peers and made normal relationship formation extremely challenging. The suppression of these early psychological profiles reflected concerns that public knowledge of Batman's psychological development and potential vulnerabilities might provide his enemies with insights that could be used to predict his behavior or exploit his emotional triggers for criminal purposes. The institutional decision to classify these documents and restrict access to them represented recognition that effective crime fighting sometimes required protecting the psychological privacy of those who dedicated their lives to protecting others, even when such protection might limit scientific understanding of heroic motivation and development. While Bruce Wayne's psychological profile was being documented and concealed by medical professionals concerned about his healthy development, similar detailed evaluations were being conducted on the criminal inmates whose behavior patterns and mental processes would later prove crucial for understanding the nature of evil and the transformation processes that created Batman's most dangerous adversaries. The original psychiatric assessments of Arkham's earliest inmates provided insights into criminal psychology that were decades ahead of their time. Yet their findings were suppressed or ignored by authorities who were unprepared to acknowledge the implications of what these evaluations revealed about human nature and social responsibility. The comprehensive psychological evaluation conducted on the individual who would eventually become the Joker during his brief incarceration following the chemical plant incident that transformed his appearance and mental state represents perhaps the most significant document in the entire history of criminal psychology. Its detailed analysis of his pre-transformation personality and post-accident mental deterioration, providing unprecedented insights into the relationship between physical trauma, identity disruption, and moral collapse that challenged fundamental assumptions about criminal responsibility and treatment approaches. The pre-transformation personality assessment revealed an individual whose psychological profile suggested vulnerability to identity crisis and moral breakdown under sufficient stress, yet whose intellectual capabilities and creative potential indicated capacity for either extraordinary achievement or devastating destruction, depending on external circumstances and internal choice processes. The evaluating psychiatrists noted particular concerns about his difficulty maintaining consistent self-image and his tendency to seek validation through external approval rather than internal moral conviction, characteristics that would later prove crucial for understanding his transformation into a homicidal maniac. The post-transformation evaluation documented psychological changes that were unprecedented in psychiatric literature. The combination of physical disfigurement, chemical brain damage, and traumatic stress, creating a form of madness that defied conventional diagnostic categories, while displaying characteristics that seemed almost designed to create maximum fear and confusion among those who encountered his criminal activities. The emergence of his distinctive laugh as both symptom of neurological damage and weapon of psychological warfare represented a unique fusion of medical condition and deliberate theatrical choice that made treatment extremely difficult and prognosis essentially hopeless. The therapeutic approaches attempted during the Joker's initial treatment period included both conventional psychiatric methods and experimental procedures that pushed the boundaries of ethical medical practice, yet none achieved meaningful improvement in his condition, while several seemed to exacerbate his symptoms and increase his capacity for creative violence. The failure of these treatment attempts led to fundamental questions about the possibility of rehabilitation for individuals whose psychological transformation had been so complete and whose commitment to chaos and destruction had become so deeply embedded in their altered identity structure. The long-term behavioral analysis conducted through extended observation of the Joker's criminal activities revealed patterns of escalation and innovation that suggested retained intellectual capabilities despite obvious mental illness. His ability to plan and execute increasingly elaborate schemes, demonstrating that madness had not eliminated his creative intelligence, but had instead redirected it toward objectives that served no rational purpose beyond the creation of fear and the demonstration of his superior understanding of human psychology. The psychiatric conclusion that he had become essentially incurable reflected not therapeutic failure, but recognition that some forms of psychological transformation were simply irreversible through any known medical intervention. The psychological profile developed for Harvey Dent during his tenure as district attorney included assessments that were conducted both before and after his transformation into Two-Face, providing unique opportunities for comparative analysis of how traumatic stress and identity disruption could affect individuals with different baseline personality, characteristics, and psychological defense mechanisms. The pre-transformation evaluation had identified potential vulnerabilities in his psychological makeup, while also documenting strengths and capabilities that made his eventual fall from grace particularly tragic and instructive for understanding the fragility of moral commitment under extreme pressure. The personality assessment conducted during Dent's most successful period as a prosecutor revealed an individual whose commitment to justice was genuine and deeply held, yet whose psychological stability depended heavily on external validation and clear moral guidelines that provided structure for decision-making processes that might otherwise become paralyzed by excessive analysis and self-doubt. His perfectionist tendencies and obsessive attention to detail served him well in legal practice, while also creating vulnerabilities to stress and anxiety that could become overwhelming under sufficient pressure. The stress analysis that accompanied Dent's regular psychological evaluations documented the cumulative impact of his prosecutorial responsibilities and his exposure to the worst aspects of criminal behavior, revealing gradual erosion of psychological defenses and increasing reliance on rigid moral categories that made compromise and nuanced thinking increasingly difficult. His growing tendency to view conflicts in absolute terms of good versus evil reflected both professional necessity and psychological defense mechanism that protected him from the moral ambiguity inherent in criminal justice work. The trauma evaluation conducted immediately following the acid attack that created his distinctive facial disfigurement revealed psychological damage that was even more severe than his obvious physical injuries, the destruction of his appearance serving as visible symbol of internal identity disruption that challenged every aspect of his self-image and moral foundation. The emergence of his split personality represented not traditional multiple personality disorder, but rather a unique form of psychological adaptation that allowed him to function despite irreconcilable conflicts between his pre-trauma identity and post-trauma reality. The behavioral analysis that documented Two-Face's criminal activities revealed retained intellectual capabilities and legal knowledge that made his crimes particularly sophisticated and difficult to prosecute. His understanding of criminal justice procedures and investigative techniques, enabling him to exploit system weaknesses and procedural limitations in ways that demonstrated how professional expertise could be perverted to serve criminal objectives. His obsession with duality and chance reflected both symbolic representation of his psychological condition and practical methodology that removed personal responsibility for decision-making that had become psychologically impossible. The suppressed personality fragments that were identified through extended psychological evaluation of Two-Face revealed aspects of Harvey Dent's original identity that survived his transformation but remained buried beneath layers of trauma and defensive psychological restructuring. These hidden elements of his pre-trauma personality occasionally surfaced during periods of extreme stress or emotional vulnerability, providing glimpses of the man he had been, while also demonstrating the ongoing internal conflict that made his condition so psychologically unstable and unpredictable. Beyond the detailed individual profiles of major criminal figures, the Arkham Archives contained comprehensive studies of criminal psychology and behavioral patterns that attempted to identify common characteristics and development processes that might enable prediction and prevention of criminal processes. Transformation. The research programs conducted by Dr. Jonathan Crane before his own transformation into the Scarecrow represented some of the most advanced work ever attempted in understanding the relationship between fear, anxiety, and moral decision-making. Yet his findings were suppressed after his criminal activities revealed how psychological research could be perverted to serve harmful rather than therapeutic objectives. The fear response studies that formed the foundation of Crane's legitimate research involved detailed analysis of how anxiety and terror affected cognitive function and moral reasoning, his experiments revealing that extreme fear could override normal ethical constraints while also identifying specific psychological triggers that could induce panic responses in predictable ways. His understanding of how fear operated as both protective mechanism and potential weapon provided insights that would have been invaluable for treating anxiety disorders and trauma-related conditions. Yet these same insights also enabled the development of methods for deliberately inducing terror for criminal purposes. The anxiety manipulation techniques that Crane developed during his research period represented unprecedented advances in understanding how emotional states could be artificially induced and controlled through combination of psychological conditioning and chemical intervention. His ability to create specific phobic responses and trigger panic attacks through carefully designed stimuli demonstrated mastery of fear psychology that exceeded anything previously achieved in psychiatric research. Yet his application of these techniques for criminal purposes, rather than therapeutic treatment, represented one of the most tragic perversions of scientific knowledge in medical history. The therapeutic applications that Crane had originally intended for his fear research included treatment protocols for phobias, anxiety disorders, and trauma-related psychological conditions that could have benefited millions of patients if his work had been completed and published through legitimate medical channels. His understanding of how irrational fears developed and how they could be systematically addressed represented genuine advances in psychiatric treatment that were lost when his criminal activities discredited his research and made further investigation ethically impossible. The suppression of Crane's research findings reflected institutional concerns about the potential for misuse of psychological knowledge that could enable criminal activities, while also representing missed opportunities for advancing legitimate medical understanding of fear, anxiety, and trauma treatment. The decision to classify and restrict access to his work acknowledged both its scientific value and its dangerous potential, creating ethical dilemmas about how society should handle knowledge that could serve beneficial purposes if properly applied, yet could cause tremendous harm if misused by individuals with criminal intent. The identity analysis that was attempted for the individual known as the Joker revealed the unprecedented challenge of understanding criminal psychology when the subject's pre-transformation identity had been systematically destroyed or concealed through both psychological defense mechanisms and deliberate criminal activity. The various theories about his original name, background, and motivation reflected the fundamental difficulty of reconstructing psychological development when key information had been lost or deliberately obscured, creating ongoing debates about criminal responsibility and treatment approaches that could not be resolved without better understanding of his pre-transformation personality and circumstances. The multiple identity theories that were proposed by different psychiatric evaluators included scenarios ranging from failed comedian to chemical engineer to professional criminal, each supported by fragmentary evidence, yet none providing complete explanation for his transformation or adequate foundation for predicting his future behavior. The inability to establish definitive biographical information made comprehensive psychological assessment impossible, while also contributing to his mystique and psychological impact on both law enforcement personnel and the general public, who encountered accounts of his criminal activities. The amnesia hypothesis that was suggested by some evaluators proposed that the Joker's inability to recall or acknowledge his pre-transformation identity represented genuine memory loss caused by chemical brain damage rather than deliberate concealment or psychological defense mechanism. This theory suggested that treatment approaches should focus on managing his current psychological condition rather than attempting to restore suppressed memories or reconstruct his original personality, yet it also raised disturbing questions about identity, continuity, and moral responsibility for individuals whose personalities had been fundamentally altered by external trauma. The deliberate identity destruction theory proposed by other psychiatric professionals suggested that the Joker's rejection of his former identity was conscious choice, rather than medical condition, his adoption of chaos and meaninglessness as organizing principles representing philosophical position rather than mere symptom of mental illness. This interpretation implied greater criminal responsibility for his actions, while also suggesting that conventional treatment approaches would be ineffective because his condition represented chosen worldview rather than medical disorder, requiring therapeutic intervention. These lost psychological profiles and suppressed analytical studies represent essential components of the hidden history that shaped both Batman's understanding of criminal behavior and his development of investigative and therapeutic approaches that could address the complex psychological factors underlying criminal transformation. The institutional decision to conceal rather than publish these findings reflected legitimate concerns about public safety and criminal exploitation of psychological knowledge, yet it also prevented broader understanding of human nature and criminal development that might have enabled more effective prevention and treatment approaches for individuals at risk of similar transformation processes. The ongoing influence of these forgotten psychological insights continues to guide Batman's approach to criminal investigation and his efforts to understand the motivations and capabilities of the enemies he confronts. Their detailed documentation of criminal psychology and behavioral analysis, providing frameworks for prediction and response that enable more effective crime fighting, while also informing his decisions about when rehabilitation might be possible and when permanent containment represents the only viable option for protecting innocent lives from individuals whose psychological transformation has placed them beyond the reach of conventional therapeutic intervention. In the vast multiverse of possibilities that stretches beyond the boundaries of observable reality, where infinite variations of existence unfold according to different principles and alternative histories, there exist echoes and shadows of Batman's legend that have influenced the development of what scholars of dimensional theory refer to as the primary timeline. Their subtle interventions and cross-dimensional resonances, creating ripple effects that shaped crucial decisions and pivotal moments in ways that conventional historical analysis has been unable to detect or acknowledge. These forgotten endgames represent not merely theoretical alternatives to established continuity, but actual influences from parallel realities, whose convergence with our own dimensional framework created opportunities for knowledge, transfer, and strategic insight that provided Batman with advantages, an understanding that no single timeline could have generated independently. The significance of these multiversal influences extends far beyond their immediate impact on specific cases or criminal confrontations to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of destiny, choice, and the relationship between individual action and cosmic purpose that have shaped Batman's understanding of his own mission and its ultimate meaning within the broader context of universal justice. The suppression of information about these cross-dimensional influences reflects institutional concerns about public comprehension and social stability that might be undermined by widespread knowledge of how malleable reality actually is and how many of the events that seem inevitable or predetermined are actually the result of conscious choices made by individuals who possessed knowledge of alternative possibilities. Among the most significant of these dimensional echoes were the influences transmitted from realities where Bruce Wayne had made different fundamental choices about how to respond to his parents' murder, their alternative approaches to justice and crime fighting, providing him with insights into methodologies and philosophical frameworks that his own experience had not naturally generated. The version of Batman who had chosen to work within official law enforcement structures rather than operating as independent vigilante, transmitted knowledge about institutional cooperation and systematic crime prevention that proved invaluable for developing collaborative relationships with police, agencies, and government organizations. The timeline where Bruce Wayne had dedicated his resources to social reform and community development rather than direct crime fighting provided insights into addressing the root causes of criminal behavior and the importance of prevention through social change rather than punishment through enforcement. This alternative approach to justice influenced Batman's understanding of how his mission could encompass broader social objectives, while also revealing the limitations and frustrations that purely institutional approaches might encounter when dealing with systematic corruption and entrenched criminal organizations. The reality where Batman had embraced technology and scientific advancement as primary tools for crime fighting transmitted knowledge about investigative techniques and equipment development that accelerated his technological capabilities, while also providing warnings about the potential dangers of over-reliance on artificial intelligence and automated systems. The lessons learned from this alternative timeline helped him maintain appropriate balance between technological enhancement and human judgment in ways that preserved moral agency while maximizing operational effectiveness. Perhaps most disturbing were the influences received from timelines where Batman's mission had been corrupted by personal trauma and psychological instability. They're examples of how noble intentions could be perverted into authoritarian control and vigilante excess, serving as warnings about the psychological dangers inherent in his chosen path. These dark reflections of his own potential future provided constant reminders about the importance of maintaining moral constraints and accepting external oversight, even when such limitations seem to impede immediate tactical effectiveness. The multiversal Batman, who had established a global network of trained operatives and international crime-fighting organizations, transmitted strategic insights about coordination and leadership that influenced his later formation of various team-based initiatives and collaborative partnerships. This alternative approach to crime fighting demonstrated how individual heroism could be multiplied through systematic training and institutional development. Yet it also revealed the administrative burdens and ethical complications that arose when personal missions expanded beyond individual capacity and direct control. The timeline where Batman had openly revealed his identity and operated as a public figure rather than mysterious vigilante provided knowledge about the advantages and disadvantages of transparency versus secrecy in crime fighting. Effectiveness. The insights gained from this alternative approach influenced his decisions about information sharing and public relations, while also confirming his instinctive understanding that certain aspects of his mission required concealment and misdirection to remain effective against sophisticated criminal organizations. Beyond individual alternative histories and personal choice variations, the multiversal influences included knowledge transmitted from realities where Gotham City itself had developed along different trajectories, their alternative urban planning and social development, providing insights into how environmental factors and institutional structures could influence criminal behavior and community safety. The version of Gotham that had successfully addressed economic inequality and social injustice through progressive policies transmitted understanding about crime prevention through social reform that influenced Batman's approach to charitable work and community development. The timeline where Gotham had embraced technological advancement and scientific education as priorities demonstrated how intellectual development and economic opportunity could reduce criminal recruitment while creating conditions that supported law-abiding citizens and legitimate business development. These insights influenced Bruce Wayne's decisions about Wayne Enterprises' research priorities and educational initiatives, while also providing models for how corporate resources could be employed for community benefit rather than mere profit maximization. The reality where Gotham had maintained stronger democratic institutions and governmental effectiveness transmitted knowledge about how official systems could function properly when supported by engaged citizens and ethical leadership, providing contrasts with the corruption and incompetence that characterized his own timeline's municipal government. These comparisons helped him understand both the potential and limitations of working within established systems, while also informing his decisions about when independent action was necessary and when institutional cooperation might prove more effective. The multiversal influences extended beyond alternative personal and environmental developments to encompass knowledge about future possibilities and potential outcomes that enabled strategic planning and preventive action based on understanding of where current trends and decisions might lead if allowed to continue without intervention. The timeline where the Joker's influence had spread globally through media manipulation and psychological contagion provided warnings about the importance of containing ideological threats before they could achieve critical mass and social legitimacy. The future where organized crime had evolved into technologically sophisticated international networks demonstrated the importance of maintaining investigative capabilities and enforcement methods that could adapt to emerging criminal methodologies, while also revealing the potential dangers of criminal organizations that possessed resources and capabilities rivaling those of legitimate governments. These insights influenced Batman's approach to intelligence gathering and his understanding of how local crime fighting connected to broader patterns of international illegal activity. The timeline where environmental destruction and social collapse had created conditions that made conventional law enforcement impossible transmitted knowledge about crisis management and community protection under extreme circumstances, providing frameworks for emergency response and survival strategies that proved valuable during natural disasters and terrorist attacks. The understanding gained from this apocalyptic alternative influenced his preparations for worst-case scenarios, while also informing his efforts to prevent such conditions from developing through early intervention and preventive action. Perhaps the most significant multiversal influence came from the reality where Batman's mission had achieved complete success in eliminating crime from Gotham City. The knowledge transmitted from this idealized outcome providing both inspiration and warning about the potential consequences of achieving ultimate victory in his war against criminal activity. The lessons learned from this successful timeline revealed that the elimination of crime could create new problems and challenges that required different approaches and capabilities, while also demonstrating that the skills and perspectives developed through crime fighting could be redirected toward other forms of community service and social contribution. The psychological impact of receiving knowledge about his own potential success proved both motivating and disturbing, as it confirmed that his mission was theoretically achievable, while also revealing the personal costs and social consequences that might accompany such victory. The understanding that complete success might require sacrificing aspects of his own humanity and accepting responsibility for social control that exceeded traditional law enforcement boundaries created ongoing internal conflicts about the contain James, like A-Day Dodo's, appropriate scope and ultimate objectives of his mission. The abandoned storylines that would have fundamentally altered Batman's mythology represented not merely creative decisions by writers and publishers, but reflections of multiversal influences that suggested alternative directions his Batman's legend could have taken under different cultural and historical circumstances. The storyline that would have revealed Batman's identity to the general public during his early career transmitted knowledge about the social and political consequences of public transparency, while also demonstrating how community support and official recognition could enhance crime fighting effectiveness despite the obvious security risks. The narrative direction that would have established Batman as leader of a global peacekeeping organization demonstrated the potential for individual heroism to evolve into institutional authority, while also revealing the administrative burdens and ethical complications that accompanied expansion from local to international scope. The insights gained from this potential storyline influenced his decisions about accepting leadership roles and expanding his mission beyond Gotham's boundaries, while maintaining focus on direct crime fighting rather than political administration. The abandoned plotline that would have explored Batman's retirement and succession planning provided knowledge about how heroic missions could be transferred to new generations, while ensuring continuity of purpose and effectiveness despite changing personnel and evolving challenges. The understanding gained from this potential future influenced his approach to training partners and developing support networks that could maintain his mission's effectiveness, even if he were unable to continue direct participation. The creator's original visions for Batman's character development that were modified or abandoned due to commercial considerations or editorial concerns represented alternative approaches to heroic mythology that transmitted knowledge about different ways his legend could have influenced popular culture and social understanding of justice. The more psychological and detective-focused approach that was originally envisioned demonstrated how emphasis on intellectual capability and analytical thinking could create different forms of heroic inspiration, while also revealing the commercial advantages of combining multiple heroic archetypes within single character framework. The storylines that would have emphasized Batman's scientific and technological capabilities over his physical prowess and combat skills transmitted knowledge about alternative approaches to crime fighting that relied more heavily on intelligence and preparation than direct confrontation and physical intimidation. These abandoned directions influenced his equipment development and investigative methodologies, while also providing understanding of how different skill emphases could create different forms of criminal deterrence and law enforcement effectiveness. The narrative possibilities that would have explored supernatural and mystical elements within Batman's world more extensively demonstrated how his purely rational and scientific approach to crime fighting could be expanded to address phenomena that defied conventional explanation without abandoning logical analysis and evidence-based investigation. The insights gained from these potential storylines influenced his preparedness for encountering supernatural threats while maintaining his fundamental commitment to rational thinking and empirical methodology. The influence of these multiversal alternatives and abandoned possibilities continues to shape Batman's understanding of his own mission and its relationship to broader patterns of heroism and justice throughout the cosmos, their collective wisdom providing perspectives and insights that no single timeline or individual experience could have generated independently. The knowledge transmitted through dimensional resonance and narrative potential represents a form of education and strategic preparation that enables more effective crime fighting while also creating awareness of responsibilities and balance, opportunities that extend beyond immediate local concerns. The ongoing impact of these forgotten endgames and alternative directions reveals itself in every strategic decision Batman makes, every criminal investigation he conducts, every partnership he forms or declines, reflecting accumulated wisdom from countless possible futures and alternative presents that inform his understanding of cause and effect, choice and consequence, individual action, and universal purpose. The multiversal influences that shaped his development remain embedded in his methodology and philosophy, invisible threads connecting his particular mission to the broader tapestry of heroic purpose that extends across all realities and encompasses all possibilities for justice and protection of innocent life. In the deepest context of Batman's role as protector and champion of justice, these forgotten endgames represent essential components of the cosmic education that prepared him for challenges and opportunities that transcend the boundaries of his own timeline and dimensional framework. The knowledge gained from alternative histories and potential futures provides foundations for understanding that heroism is not merely individual achievement, but participation in universal principles that operate according to laws, patterns that exceed any single person's capacity to comprehend or control, yet can be served through dedication, wisdom, and willingness to sacrifice personal interests for the benefit of others who share the same fundamental needs for safety, justice, and hope in the face of forces that would destroy everything valuable and meaningful in conscious existence. And so we reach the end of our journey through the forgotten corridors of Wayne Manor's memory, where dust-covered case files and abandoned equipment tell stories that official histories have overlooked. These lost chronicles remind us that behind every legend lie countless untold tales, each shadow containing its own truth, each forgotten ally or enemy playing their part in forging the Dark Knight's destiny. In these forgotten fragments, we discover that Batman's true strength lies not only in the battles remembered, but in the quiet moments lost to time, the small kindnesses, the failed experiments, the abandoned paths that nonetheless shaped the hero Gotham needed. The forgotten rogues taught him patience. The lost allies showed him trust. The vanished places of old Gotham gave him purpose. Rest now, keeper of forgotten lore, knowing that in sleep and dreams, all stories find their peace. Let the gentle rhythm of Gotham's night embrace you, where even the forgotten are finally remembered, and every shadow finds its place in the greater tapestry of the Dark Knight's eternal vigil over his beloved city.